Good morning or afternoon, I don't know. It's not morning any longer, it's already lunchtime. It seems to me that this is exactly the right time to talk on gender responsible or gender sensitive urban recovery policies and practices, which is the topic of the discussion I'm going to moderate, and my name is Daryna Pyrohova. Gender equality and gender mainstreaming constitute an integral part of urban policies and fair development of cities and communities. This topic has been the part of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin, and it was also discussed at the same level as economic, infrastructural, and technical issues. In particular, they were talking about gender responsibility and gender inclusive, gender sensitive recovery with a focus on women lead and the opportunity for women to contribute to the recovery of Ukraine and getting some benefits and advantages from that. And I think that at our Chernivtsi forum, we have a good opportunity to go on with this discussion. What does it mean, gender-sensitive approach to gender-sensitive recovery? If we're talking about state and municipal policies, the approach is all about the identification and taking into consideration the experiences of different social groups that may well be different, with a special focus on the needs of the least privileged, more vulnerable and marginalized groups of society, and the groups, the rights of which have historically been less taken into account, and the voices of which have not been taken into account that much in the decision-making process. And I think that we can all see that war, internal migration, displacement, and the recovery processes in the broad sense can actually make the situation more aggravated by creating new vulnerability experiences. So how do we work with this issue on the local level, in volunteer organizations, in think tanks? That is what we will discuss with our speakers. Natalia Katriuk, head of the Mamaivska community, Chernivtsi region; Yulia Kabanets, senior analyst, project manager of Cedos. And today, by the way, the team of the Analytical Center has prepared a document with recommendations on gender-sensitive recovery. Yulia will share this document with us and the main ideas. And here is also Viktoriia Afanasieva, Chief Operating Officer of the Repair.Together, which is the main charitable organization working in the field of recovery. And to learn more about our speakers and their activities, I would urge you to tell more about yourself, what priorities you're focusing on in the context of recovery and reconstruction at the local level, at the level of volunteer communities, and at the level of preparation of analytical data on recovery. So let me start. Good afternoon to everyone. I think that it's really important to show you the context of our entity's activities. We started in the spring of 2022, and we began with doing with the wreckage of the destroyed buildings. We engaged hundreds of boys and girls who worked on equal terms, and that was well-coordinated work. But several months later, we launched our construction project. We laid down 5 foundations for buildings, and that was the time when we, for the first time, faced the problem of sexism even in our progressive community. Starting with the executive officers being in charge of the construction teams and up to the lower levels. People seemed not to think that women can participate in constructions. I will tell you more about this, but Daryna has invited me to this panel because me and my colleague, after we saw the situation with sexism in our community, we developed the project called Велике Дівництво in Ukrainian, which appeals very much to the name equal construction. And the situation here is really interesting because at first everybody was objecting, everybody was trying to persuade us that we shouldn't be doing this. It's difficult from the physical point of view, that we don't need it. We really faced a lot of resistance. But anyway, we managed to advocate that project. It's still there. And it so happened that at the beginning it was not a visionary project. That was more of um, overcoming this resistance. But now it appears that everybody seems to be paying a lot of attention to this project because a lot of men have been conscripted to the army. They cannot be engaged in the reconstruction, and everybody has remembered that after World War II, women were reconstructing the countries, and so people got interested in our project. And also, that is because of the law on mobilization. We don't have that many men who would like to go to the occupied territories and cities and towns because they don't want to be conscripted to the army. I've caught at some checkpoints. We have not cases like that, but anyway, men are not very much willing to travel across Ukraine. That's why this project has become a visionary one, and everybody thinks that we did it all on purpose. We started engaging women because of the reduction in the number of men who could possibly participate in construction. But that was the project of protest. And I think that I will tell you more about this when sharing the challenges that we faced. Thank you. I'm Yulia. I work in the analytical center Cedos, as you can already see. And as far as reconstruction and recovery are concerned, so we stick to the opinion that this notion should be treated in a broader sense. Of course, as a result of the war, we do have destructions. A lot of buildings need repairs or reconstruction, and people need to be paid some compensations. But the process of recovery and reconstruction is a very long one, a long-lasting one, and it cannot be waiting until war is over. That is something that is already happening. That's why we treat reconstruction in a broader sense, which is all about changes in the conceptual approaches and systemic upgrading of the approaches and decisions that we use in our policies. So in our activity, we try to focus on this in order to see how the gender-sensitive approach could be applicable to different policies, how it could be integrated into this broad concept of reconstruction. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm a representative of local self-government bodies. I'm the head of one of the territorial communities of Chernivtsi region. I think that our community is a rather large one, with almost 22,000 local residents and about 3,000 IDPs who had to leave their houses and are now staying in the territory of our community. My previous colleagues focused more on a more narrow spectrum of their specialization, but our body, a local self-government body, is the body that has to represent different interests, and it's very difficult in times of war because you need to communicate with everyone, you need to keep afloat for everyone and work even for the sake of those who are staying at the front line. You need to help those at the front line, and here you have to persuade a lot of people to do many things. It's difficult because our mental health is really in a poor condition. People start losing faith, but still they keep living in Ukraine, which is why local self-government bodies are on the verge between different approaches. We have to make decisions who should be engaged in all our activities. The issue of gender equality in local self-government bodies is a very shaky point, and I would say that the statistics is bad here, but I will tell you more about that later. Of course, it would be good if everyone could be heard. This is what everybody wants. but it's difficult to do this because we all used to have some plans, development programs, but they have been suspended while life is still going on. But I think that I will share this information with you in detail in further presentations, in further panels. Thank you for the introduction. We all understand what the specificity of your work is about. Um, there are some convergences, there are some divergences, there are some points where your activities overlap. And here is the first thematic question I would like to ask you, which is a general question, but while trying to look for the answer to this question, you may be guided both by your professional and by your subjective personal experience. What do you think about the following? Do women play an important role in the process of reconstruction, be it physical and social reconstruction and recovery? And is this role different from the role of men? And if yes, then what is this difference about in the context of your work? So the role of women, the role of men, and the differences. Well, if we analyze the statistical data for gender equality and generally the position of men and women in society, statistics shows us that 23 years in a woman's life are taken by arranging the welfare and well-being of a family, her willingness to arrange everything in the daily life for everyone to stay satisfied. That's why I think that in the conditions of reconstruction and recovery, a woman wants to do everything in the quickest possible and the most effective way because she has a more substantial responsibility for the preservation of family values. Well, of course, men's shoulders are firm, they are more solid, we want to rely on them, and women cannot exist without men, as the same as men cannot exist without women. But there is an opinion that there are no barriers, but it's not really so. It's not enough just to have a wish to be engaged in that. Women's ideas are not always taken into account as something not worth the effort, not worth paying attention to, and somehow we cannot see an upward trend towards improvement. That's why I think that gender equality in the reconstruction, in the broad sense of this word, should be reconsidered by both men and women. We need to understand what we need to do for the situation to improve for all of us. And we have to listen and to hear to each other. Then there will be a positive result. Good. Let me follow up. I think that we don't have any biological special role of women in that process. From the historical perspective, we can state that our golden standard was if a middle-aged man with some income more than the average one is the person whose needs and interests are taken into account the most in society. That was our golden standard, which is gradually changing, but the changes and transformations require some time. And in the course of reconstruction, it's important for us to take into account that this distortion had occurred just historically, and we need to try and get rid of it. We need to change the situation and to take into account in the interest of other groups of society as well, maybe the groups whose interests were not taken into account that much. And here I'm talking not just about women, I'm talking about different social groups. If We take age, sexual orientation, material status, availability of disabilities, and things like that. And besides that, we have the intersectionality, a notion when some characteristics overlap, and it's important for us to take into account the fact that we've got plenty of different people, and of course their interests also need to be taken into account. What else can I tell about the role of women? In general, women are dedicated more to the reproductive work and family upbringing, taking care of the elderly relatives or the relatives who have fallen ill. That's the role of women. And now, when we're talking about the veterans coming back from the war, in particular if they have been injured, so again, women are responsible of taking care of them. Besides that, many men have gone to the front line, and some professions which were typically male are now being mastered by women because of the staff shortage. So this is the change that we are also witnessing. But it's important not to forget that women are also at the front line, a lot of them. And the women who have gone to the war, who have become veterans, who are service women, also are facing the same problems, and they've also got the expectations that they will be performing this reproductive functions. So we should not forget about them when we are talking about some special role of women or lack of any special role of women. I would rather speak more in our experience. As I have already mentioned, the project started with this foreman whom we invited to coordinate the construction works, refusing to take women into his team. He just said that they cannot be helpful in this matter. He would have only men in his team. But these men were not professional construction workers, so both girls and boys didn't have any experience of doing construction works, but still the foreman said that it was pointless to work with women. He wanted to work with men only. And that was kind of error. How could it be like that if a lady can be a designer, an architect, but she does it mean that she cannot produce the cement solution and cannot use some tools and lay the bricks in the right order? When we were launching the project, we were not sure that we would be a success because none of us had any experience of working in the construction industry. But it was interesting to have this experiment, and at every stage we were told that you wouldn't do that, you wouldn't manage to do this. But anyway, that was happening gradually. We managed to do it, and it was actually interesting to work with this head foreman. We decided not to fight with him, but to just be sly enough and to tell him, please, there is nobody to help us, please come for the weekend. And he came once, then he came for the second time. That was some fun. We started working together. There was a lot of gamification there because he was an antagonist of the project. He was cracking jokes. There were a lot of sexist jokes about nails and other similar things. There were a lot of such things, but nevertheless it worked because finally he dared to share frank ideas he had, and he told that actually he liked to working with women more. Men tend to have a lot of biases regarding the fact that they are supposed to know something in construction, to be experts. That's why it's really difficult to explain something to men, because the men will normally say, okay, I've come to understand this, but in fact he did not, and he starts being nervous because you're affecting his ego when he doesn't understand something from the first attempt. So that meant a lot of conflicts. At the same time, while working with women and girls, it was much easier. They didn't have the ambition that they are supposed to be experts in constructions. That's why they listen to you. They do it in the wrong way, but when you make a comment, she listens once again, and finally the result is positive. And I can also add that, in fact, it's really interesting for women to go into that field. Of course, all our volunteering is an adventure. You are an IT worker, you are a DJ, and at the weekend you go to the construction site and you get some experience of working with the cement production devices or some other tools you have never heard of. And it's not the point that it's more interesting for boys that they get more engaged in that. No, women are not indifferent to the fate of the people who have lost their houses in the villages, so they go there and work. So that's what my experience is. Well, yes, they learn quickly. It's comfortable to work with women, but there is no lady general. Well, it's coming. Or finally, women can be had for women or for men. They can be uh, public transport drivers. And by the way, we have a special project of training for public transport drivers. This is a program for women. I'm sure that in other cities and towns we also have similar programs. So the world is transforming quickly. Ukraine is changing quickly, unfortunately, due to negative factors, to the full-scale invasion and war. But that also means some progressive solutions and some development. My next question is regarding your diverse experiences, and it's more about practices in gender sensitive and gender responsible reconstruction and recovery. Suppose, Natalia, local self government bodies, you were talking about them, and you said that they are on the verge, and it's necessary to support local residents and those at the front line. You've got a lot of IDPs. Quite a large share of new residents for your community, new residents. So, what are the challenges? What are the difficulties in supporting socially vulnerable groups? Which of them have become more aggravated because of the war and the recovery process? And what are the challenges that you have already coped with via some projects aimed at gender equality and support of women, or new residents, IDPs, and what challenges are still there, and maybe you have some plans how to solve them. Well, let me start my comment with saying that there are plenty of problems that have not yet been solved, and every day we are getting new problems added to the list. But as far as the challenges local self-government bodies face now, I can tell you that the problem of gender equality for those who are now workers, employees of local self-government bodies, and whose dedication and devotion is actually to organize the routine daily life of residents. Well, in this field, we are facing a number of challenges. For you to understand what I mean, let me give you an example. I'm talking about the possibility of taking some decisions at the local self-government bodies that would improve the life and well-being of the people living in the area. We got quite a good example in this field because we used to have our strategic development plan for the territory. We also compile annual plans, even in the conditions of the war, because we lack budgets. Many enterprises are relocating or moving or terminating their activity. Some of them cannot face the tax burden and get closed. So a number of things like that. So when you have to pass decisions in the background of those problems, the male part of the members of local self-government bodies still are prone to keeping to the strategic development plan for the community, which was approved 5 years ago when the community was established. But, current reality is posing challenges for us. We need to amend this plan. About 3,000 IDPs have moved to our community. It changes the situation. We have a problem with kindergartens. Um, there is rather a problem of funding. Parents cannot afford paying for the stay of their children in those kindergartens because if a family is an IDP family, they cannot afford it. It's expensive. That's why NGOs, which mainly include women, have decided to open a daycare facility. And mothers, even if they are not employed, need to meet some of their own basic needs. Mothers need to go to the doctor, they need to go to some institutions, they need to have a chance to leave their children under care for 2 or 3 hours a day. That's why we've decided to open this daycare facility center, but the decision was blocked by the male part of a local self-government. They decided that there is no need for such a daycare facility because we have kindergartens, but kindergarten is one thing and the daycare facility is an absolutely different thing. So, for us to really persuade the male part of our deputies, we needed to organize a roundtable discussion. We enumerated all the advantages of this daycare facility. We showed that it's not just about spending the money from the local budget. It would all be about engagement in different grants and different projects for us to make it cheaper for our budget to maintain the daycare facility. We finally managed to establish this daycare facility, but we spent 3 months on trying to persuade the male part of the local self-government body. And there are a number of similar situations we are facing now, particularly in the times of war. But suppose women are solidary in their initiative, if we are really sure that we need it, and if we make some estimations, do analysis, it's not just it's a whim. We see the reality and the needs of the present times from the female side, and but this what we create is good not just for women but for everyone. Thank you, Natalia, for your story and for your example, because it's a visual example showing that really we still do have this gender inequality, and the approaches are not totally gender sensitive, and the voting of male and female deputies, the need to persuade the male part of the body of the need for social care and implementation of social policy at the local level is a very good example. So, congratulations to you and to your community. You managed to persuade men, and you need to share such stories because definitely it was not only Mamaivska community that was facing this problem that you solved. Viktoriia, here is my question to you. We have already heard that this head foreman has been engaged in the project. You keep working, but I'm interested in the pace of your project, this Велике Дівництво project, which you mentioned. How are you discussing the problems that you are facing within your female community? What problems have already been solved? Which ones are still there? So tell us more about the challenges of working as a female team in the construction project.
I have now understood that we are not having any discussions within ourselves because for the team doing everything, the tasks are clear. We had some contradictions and some uncertainty at the beginning of the project when people were sharing their experience, and one of the common topics was that my grandma built her home in the village herself with her own hands. And we've heard many stories like that. It was interesting for me to listen to them. And there are some double standards which we can see in the rural area, for example, where women, for example, and I used to spend a lot of time with my grandma in the village, and I know how hard women work in the village. This is incredible, actually, and I was shocked when those same grandmothers carrying a heavy bag on their backs told us, "Girls, why are you doing this? It's so difficult for women to work like that." And she continued moving along the road carrying that heavy bag on her back. So it was hard for me to understand how those two ideas could coexist in her mind. And also, we noticed that sexism in our team emerged because people had a different perception of how skilled work should be done. When we started working physically, it was quite difficult to carry bricks, to carry heavy radiators, to have buckets filled with construction materials and trash and rubbish. At that moment, nobody paid attention to us working, but when skilled work started, everybody told us that it wasn't a job for women, that it was too difficult, that we couldn't do some of the things. For example, we were told we will not be able to deal with the roof, you will not be able to put up the walls because the construction materials were heavy. So we put up the walls, but then they told us, what about the roof? We will need to use lots of concrete. But we simply engaged more women, and in the result we were successful. Then we were told that definitely it would be very difficult for us to put up the roof. We had to put on heavy beams, but again, with a bigger number of team members, we were able to succeed. But again, I cannot tell you that we were able to overcome the psychological barrier, and people still do not perceive girls seriously. In our community, we have already accomplished this goal, and it becomes poor taste to laugh at women doing these types of jobs. But what I have understood, that these double standards and this hypocrisy, when people tell us that this is physically difficult and exhausting for you, they meant it was intellectually challenging for us. So somehow we cannot marry the two ideas. If we were able to carry heavy radiators, it was fine for us, but then working with bricks and putting up walls, they already commented that it was too difficult for us. So this is lack of trust in professional competencies of a woman who is able to build a home that will be used by somebody in the future. So it was something unpleasant, and we felt quite offended by that. And I think it's a motivation for the majority of girls who are still involved in construction, because they want to prove themselves. And here I'm talking about the Velike Dievnictvo project, but in fact we have already completed work on some 16 homes, and we have mixed teams of men and women, and it's a norm for us already. But Velike Dievnictvo is a manifest for us, an exemplary project to show that women can do everything from the beginning until the end, so that nobody can make those silly jokes about nails or whatever else. Thank you, Viktoriia. Julia, I have a question for you. So, in the context of the analytical report and the recommendations prepared by Cedos, I know that you mentioned different areas pertaining to social reconstruction. So maybe you could touch upon some of the areas to identify the challenges that we still have to tackle in terms of gender responsible reconstruction and rebuilding, because we still feel that there is lack of responsibility. And maybe you could talk about some areas where in Ukraine we already have practices of gender inclusiveness on the local level, maybe on the national level, where we can see some progress. So what are some of the areas that require more attention and some of the areas where we have done something? I will start from the second question. I think that everywhere we can find positive examples, but because of the full-scale invasion, many issues have been exacerbated. And the report that Daryna mentioned is something that you may have seen in the entrance hall. I look quite funny as if I'm holding an encyclopedia and showing it to you. So you can still find those reports in the entry hall. And in the report, we focused on 6 areas: governance, budgeting issues, safety, social protection, mobility, and leisure. So why have we picked those 3 areas? In terms of governance and budgeting, it's clear it's the foundation of any public policy. Safety and social protection, this is something that is very important for us because of the full-scale invasion, and something that requires particular attention. And if we are talking about mobility and leisure, then this is the responsibility of local self-government bodies, and our recommendations pertain to the local level. And here I can make some references to what Natalia told us about, because I think she has touched upon many of these areas actually. So if we look at each of them separately, then governance is something that should actually rely on research. And here we are not talking about a specific research or academic paper or book published, but it's more about collection of data, in our case gender sensitive data or gender statistics. So it's a kind of a breakdown based on gender, age, and other criteria, for example disability, financial standing, etc. So the data should be collected, and it's also important to do it regularly and to compare and contrast new data with what we had 2 or 3 years ago. And now on the local level we have some challenges because of the new territorial communities. The administrative borders have been changed, so sometimes it's quite difficult to compare the new data with the old one, plus the full-scale invasion. People have left the country or moved to a different city within the territory of Ukraine, so all of this impedes this work. Yet research or data collection is a preventive mechanism for us, helping to consider all of the social groups. And Natalia actually told us about the needs that females see as a group, and unfortunately the men who have the power don't see this need that the women have. And research in this case serve as a preventive mechanism, because we have accumulated data and we can show the data to those in charge. We can tell them that there's a need and this need has to be addressed. And if we are talking about gender sensitive approach, it's about prioritization of the less privileged groups. And if we are talking about budgeting, for example, then let's say there is one person within a community that needs to get a specific social service. And we cannot say, that's unfortunate, but you are the only person in this community, so there's no budget for us to provide this service to you. But we understand that communities face issues with funding, and these social services are quite often very expensive. And here there are some available practices when communities come together and they may have one center for social services per a number of communities, and then this is a way for us to provide social services to people. And overall, an important detail with regards to governance and budgeting is the participatory principle that is involving local residents in decision making, and this participation should be practical, so people can participate in some public hearings. For example, we need to make sure that everybody can get to the place where the public hearing can take place, and we need to help those people who have low mobility, who are using a wheelchair, or who have some other needs or disabilities. And if we are talking about parents with children, then it is important for all of these groups to have access to participation in specific events, so we shouldn't be limiting their participation. And if we're talking about safety and social protection, this is again something that has been significantly influenced by the war. And if we are talking about safety, some of the issues relate to the national level, of course, but we focused more on the individual human aspect of safety, so the safety of the space, whether people feel safe in a particular space. And also we are talking about some practical safety, which is hard to measure, and for this we need to run victimological surveys, which unfortunately is not done. And in the context of safety, it will not be enough to have CCTV cameras everywhere, because research shows that it doesn't make spaces safer, it prevents some crime, probably. It's a crime prevention mechanism, but in the context of safety, it's important for us to create spaces that would be welcoming for all people. So we are talking about lack of some dead ends, spots that have no street lighting, that are conducive to some criminal behavior. And if we have some areas for seating, we are talking about public spaces where people can get together. Then we need again to have street lighting to avoid some of the dangers. And if we're talking about social protection, then again, coming back to what Natalia has said, here we don't have any innovative solutions. We need kindergartens, we need to provide social services, because our reproductive work is done mostly by women. And there is this pay gap between men and women. So as a result, the women lag behind because they take care of the kids, so career-wise they lag behind. Thus we have this pay gap, and all of this results in retired women very often living on a very limited pension that is below the average salary. And the solution here would be actually to have more kindergartens, so that the women stay in the workforce and they have a place where they can bring their children. And another important aspect here, again, citing Natalia, it will be for the benefit of all of us. It's not that we do this and it will benefit just several families. No, we are talking about creating benefits for the entire community. And other people who were maybe not the initial target group of such initiatives can later benefit from them as well. And also, when we are talking about mobility and leisure, Then, with regards to mobility, it's important to remember the mobility pyramid. It's important that we prioritize the needs and interests of pedestrians, because we are all pedestrians, and even if you own a vehicle, you still need to somehow get to that vehicle, and you don't always use this vehicle. You want to take a walk, for example. So priority number one are pedestrians, then bike riders, public transport, and then private vehicles. And again, if we talk about gender aspects of all of this, stemming from research results, we see that women don't use private vehicles that often. They more often use public transport. Plus, women have non-linear routes, and for men, it is getting to office and getting back home. For women, it is to get to work, then to the farmer's market, pharmacy, kindergarten, store, and then back home. And we need to consider these things and develop public transport infrastructure, understanding that it is important for everyone, for all members of the community. And of course, accessibility is also important. And about leisure, this is something that is important for our physical and mental fitness. And here we are talking about public spaces that can be used by people for recreation, for communication, and other things. And yesterday, during one of the panels, a question was raised. We mentioned commercial public spaces that were not accessible to everyone. So here it is important to create spaces that would consider interests of different social groups, where people of different age groups and genders could stay at the same time, so that they could benefit from such spaces. And if we are talking about physical fitness, then these could be some training grounds, not just for somebody who is already fit, but it may be for all people of different health conditions. And also, we have developed another recommendation. We have these cultural institutions and spaces that can be used in a different way. They can be used as a center for community building, where people can get together, talk, and spend time together. And it's important to create such spaces in this context as well. And the final remark in the context of centers for community building is that we need to consider grassroots initiatives. For example, flower beds that we have near our buildings. So this is again something that is normally done by women, especially elderly women, taking care of these flowers, and it brings beauty to the environment. And for women, it is an important activity that they find pleasure in, and it's important that we have more initiatives that would involve more residents, offering activities that would make the community united, so that we all get together and we plant flowers, creating flower beds. And I have seen similar examples which can be inspiring, and it's good if it starts with a small flower bed and then it transforms into an entire community doing this in different yards, and having weekly get-togethers where everybody takes care of the plants in their community, so it may become a factor that unites the community. Thank you, Yulia, for this very detailed explanation of your report and research. So you can read about this report on the website, and you can take the paperback copy. You can pick it up in the entrance hall, and maybe somebody can make use of this data. It may become an argument in decision-making processes as far as prioritization of different projects are concerned within specific communities. And my final question about the level of policies developed, we have already discussed practices. Even though we don't have representatives of local authorities, the government and the ministries here with us, but yet um, the government policy does have an influence on the work of volunteer organization, analytical centers, and it has a direct influence on the work of local self-government bodies. So my question is as follows. What kind of changes, improvements, novelties, or green light do you lack as far as the government level is concerned that would make your life easier, implementation of your projects easier? I'm talking about projects related to gender sensitive rebuilding. We are talking about the state level, but if you are in communication with donors and international partners and you are seeing some challenges there as well, you can tell us about this experience. So what are some of the changes that we need to introduce on the level of state policies, donor policies, to make your work easier so that we can rebuild our communities in a gender sensitive way? So let me start. You know, the question of gender equality is something that we have been discussing for years, and I've been with the local self-government bodies for quite some time. And I think that we are boiling down this issue to the question of lack of self-worth. So if we look at the way in which women are positioning themselves, whether their voice is heard, whether they have equal rights, it all comes down to the fact that women want to stay in the shadows, and they believe it's natural, it's historical that a woman has to be behind the man, has to be lower than a man, even in those issues where women have more knowledge and competence. And this is what statistics tells us about, and Yulia has just presented some statistical data. And again, if we analyze things, there is this saying which I really like as a woman, and it goes as following: in hell there will always be a place for a woman who will not find an opportunity to help another woman. It's very practical, it's very significant, and it helps you make decisions when they are blocked by someone or when decisions are not made. And there's an example of our community where we were able to overcome some of the problems where we could not persuade specific people. So we started creating civil society organizations, and most of them have women as their members, and these women want to make change in the society or in the country where they're living. But unfortunately, we have many children with disabilities and also youngsters with disability, and there is still some stigma here, and I can't provide you with the statistics for our community, but I can assure you that not many people were putting in effort to change the situation for the better. It all stayed the same until I met some mothers who publicly said and rather told everyone about their everyday life. They did not voice their plans for the future, so they said that they lived in an apartment. If it was a private house, then there was still more opportunities for them to go outside with their child in a wheelchair. They could still go to the store if there was a ramp or a normal road. But if they lived in an apartment and it was an apartment block where the elevator was not working, so access to fresh air was limited to going to the balcony. So actually, that was the entire social contact that those mothers and those children had. So when we offered those mothers to actually announce an initiative, and we decided to run statistics for our community, and we asked them to get together so that we could have a talk with them, an informal talk. And during one of the meetings, we were sitting in a circle looking each other in the eyes, and when I heard the stories of those mothers, I was just amazed how strong they were, because for decades nobody was trying to help them with their problems. And in such a way, we created our NGO, Dreams of Special Children. And this NGO actually tries to provide opportunities for children with disabilities to stay within the community, to be more active members of the community. And we are also, in this respect, talking about rehabilitation of these children and youngsters. And the parents decided to go to the European level to learn about the experience of European countries. And we heard from the Germans first. We were very pleased to actually hear from them. They even came to Ukraine to meet us all. And I was really surprised that a child aged 5, 6, or 7 years in a wheelchair, and then a young person aged 18, 20, 21, 24, 27, either in a wheelchair or with crutches, but those children studied at universities, either online or offline. And in the room, I saw our friends, because they actually became our friends, and I saw that there were only mothers, no fathers present. And the first question asked by our German friends was as follows. Are these families where there's only a mother and the child? The majority of those families had both the mother and the father. Some of them were one-income family, the others two-income family, but it's traditional that mothers take care of their children. But today, this center is supported by European countries. Donors come to the center, supported, they talk to the children, but it was all made possible by mothers coming together and trying to solve the issue by making their voice heard. So I think this is an example of how problems could be solved. And about Yulia providing some statistics, then I can tell you, as a head of a community, we already see a need, and the first steps have already been taken, and this is something that should be enshrined on the national level. And I'm talking about gender passports here, because gender passports will make us understand what kind of services we need to have in the community. If we look at social services in general, yes, they are being provided. And I have provided you with the example of this social center. Yes, we did know about children with disabilities. We knew about the healthcare program supporting those children. We had a separate direction for children with diabetes that were given the opportunity to get strips free of charge, some medicines free of charge. That's what was done, but we didn't look at the problem within a broader context. It's not just about the needles and strips. This is not the solution to the problem of children with diabetes. So a gender passport approved on the local level will give us an opportunity to list all those services that should be provided within the community. So I should not be explaining what decentralization is, hopefully. So you know what a decentralization is. But the question is whether the state will be able to give away some of its authorities to local self-government bodies, and whether the local self-government bodies will be able to accept the mandate and authorities and do something about them.
They will manage to do it if professionals are heading the whole process, and if we manage to direct the needs of the communities in the proper path. But we need professionals for that, and we need to be willing to do this. Thank you, Natalia, for such an extensive presentation of your stance and for a very good practical example. Viktoriia, Yulia, if you have something to add to in terms of the desirable changes at the donor level, at the government level, just some final touches. Well, in the context of the state, it would really be good if we had more work with society, with opinion leaders, with people from society, because then we wouldn't have this barrier where you need just to knock on the door all the time because you're a woman. It's difficult to do it, and sometimes you're just not listened to, you're not heard, in particular if you are a young woman and you don't have enough support. You need to do something. You first need to prove that you are generally right, that you are allowed to express your ideas, and then you have to do something to confirm, to prove, which is really difficult if you are facing this problem on a daily basis because of the situation where people are still thinking in with some biases, with stereotypes. I think it's really negative for the state because the state is actually losing a lot of leaders, possible prospective leaders. Not every woman has enough energy to fight, to advocate, to push the um, things that she wants to achieve. So for some women, this really becomes a barrier. And it's really a pity to see this. Sometimes it's just enough to be a male for your idea to be heard and implemented. So it would be good if the state really worked on this problem globally, not just in the context of some specific situations that we will have soon. Because men are at war, that's why women have the right to get engaged in the trolley bus driving process or in the construction works or something else. It should not be because there are no men, because there is some shortage of men. This should just be done. I'm really concerned that it's going to be exactly that way because we lack men and not just as the solution, the process of solving a global problem. Yeah, I would like to add to what Viktoriia said. Generally, participation of women and their representation in some bodies and entities is a tricky issue. If we're talking about civil service, about the government, it's really important to ensure decent conditions of work and decent salaries. Then not only the people who have some savings or some passive income would go there, but sometimes they may have even sources of income, additional ones that show their lack of integrity. No, we should provide decent terms of work and decent salaries for real leaders to uh, go there to take those positions, and then all social strata will be represented well in the authorities. And in general, if we speak about the gender component, I would rather say that a lot of current donors set the requirement for engaging this gender sensitive approach. So we should not do any simulation. We should do it not for a tick for the donor, just having it in writing for the grant and in fact doing nothing about that. there should be some real activity, real actions towards the promotion of this component. It's very good that they have this requirement because it makes our life easier in this respect. And to conclude, I would also like to say that, and by the way, it's also represented in our report. So this idea is that in the gender-sensitive approach, we don't have any innovations, incredible innovations that we have invented. These are the decisions that are very, and solutions that are rather simple, like public transport, kindergartens, social services. So that is something that is currently available, and there is a certain frame for that. We just need to make it accessible for different social groups. We need to have enough of this. If we speak about kindergartens or social services, we need to have sufficient number of them for all those in need to be able to get them and to have access to them whenever they need those social services, or maybe we could be talking about some other things. There should be barrier-free environment for them. And we don't need to create any specific innovations that would be digitalized or very much fashionable and that you could sometimes just show on the laptop. Well, just such simple things as public toilets, which would be a good thing for the residents. Thank you, colleagues. So first of all, thank you for your work, for your daily work. Thank you for coming and spending your time with us at the Ukrainian Urban Forum within this discussion on gender sensitive recovery and reconstruction. I'm really grateful to you for this discussion. It seems to me that our discussion has been very informative and rather versatile, and we have really disclosed a number of things related to this context. And I hope that more people now understand what gender sensitive reconstruction and recovery mean, and you will be able to use this approach wherever you work. Thank you. Thank you, Daryna, for your moderation. Thank you, dear panelists, for the participation. So, colleagues, we've got two announcements. At 2, well, we are going to have a coffee break, and then at 2, there will be a discussion about public spaces here, so please do come in time. And also during the break, there will be a talk about the Venice Biennale exhibition. The moderator will be Uliana Djurlak, and that will be happening in the small room where we have the exhibition. So if you want to get there, you can take coffee and go there, or go there right away, and then come and take your coffee later. And we're waiting for you here in this room at 2. So let me invite you to find comfortable seats for you for the next panel. And we would ask all those who have connected to the internet network of the cinema. Well, I would ask you to disconnect because unfortunately we cannot ensure the stream otherwise. But you know, there are a lot of people who would like to watch it, so please, we would ask you to disconnect for this period of time for our further discussions because otherwise we will not be able to provide the streaming. Mobile internet is working rather well, so please switch to it. Thank you, and we will repeat this request in our chat. So now let me give the floor to Charlotte.
And welcome to this panel on public space. My name is Charlotte. I'm very sorry in advance. I'm going to be speaking in English. I hope that's okay. I'm still new in Ukraine, so unfortunately haven't mastered the language yet. There are headsets outside, so if anyone would like translation, please feel free to grab a headset. And some of the speakers will be speaking in Ukrainian. I'll be speaking in English, so thanks for your patience with me. Okay, so I'm very honored actually to present or to moderate this panel on public space. I think it's an incredibly important topic, which we've already seen come up actually in all of the panels yesterday and earlier today. So we had discussions around the importance of non-commercial spaces, the importance that public spaces play in social cohesion. For example, when there is displacement, internal displacements coming in. And we also had a lot of discussions yesterday evening about the importance of public space in heritage and in memory. Being new in Ukraine, I also feel like I've personally experienced the importance of public space. I'm very fortunate to live close to Maidan Square, for example. So I've had the experience of seeing how a public space can really be a gateway towards understanding history, understanding social, political change, and being part of day-to-day functioning of society, seeing street musicians, sitting with people who you may or may not be familiar with. So yes, a very important topic, and I don't want to take much more time. I'm very happy to introduce you the panel, and we'll start with Bogdana, who is from Cedos. She's an urbanist, and she'll present to us the findings of the workshop from the railway station. Over to you, Bogdana.
Welcome to everyone. Yes, we had a workshop which was a part of the Urban Forum. It was conducted within the project Civic Participation Laboratory, and it became possible thanks to USAID Hovarla project. That was a 2-day workshop with more than 1,000 participants, architects, planners, and also students of the Faculty of Geography, because their major is also spatial planning. And within those 2 days, we studied a lot of things within the researches held by the users of this space, who tried to share their findings and look from different angles at on that space. Please, let's have my next slide, and I will show you the map. Before the beginning of the workshop, the architect of the city, Mr. Dmitro, told us the input data. He told us more about the history of the railway station, and here in the map you can see it is marked in orange, and then in orange the parts of the railway are also marked, because the railway, Železnice, is the main stakeholder in the project, and it will definitely affect the processes of our communication with the other stakeholders. Then in dark blue, you can see the building of the railway station that was built back in the times of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1860, or rather 1860s. And it's of interest that in front of this railway station there used to be a square, and all the participants of the workshop were interested in the fact that the cost of the tickets actually included the breakfast. So they generated a lot of ideas in this respect. And during the workshop, we were trying to reconsider this square. It's not a square, no. And those who have visited that railway station have already seen that these are just chaotic structures, not a square by itself. So we identified the whole range of problems. We generated a lot of ideas that were based on the first impressions of the people who came to that railway station. Then we identified the main users of this space, and we tried to hypothetically imagine how they could possibly be using this space and what they need for the space to become comfortable for them. We also did a field study for several users in trying to identify the pathways, the routes, let's say, to the river. Can you take a bus from the railway station to the river or to the university, making your way comfortable? Also, we were trying to identify whether it was generally comfortable for people to be staying at the railway station. And in that way, we generated the range of problems that we would have to deal with, and we wanted in this way to identify the main categories of problems. Next slide, please. You can see work in the process when we were generating ideas, trying to classify them into categories, getting clear with the categories of users. Next slide, please. Here are the criteria that we prescribed for generally realizing who these users could be. And we were making assumptions, generating hypotheses. We thought, what if we include the space behind the railway station? Because we know that the city has the integrated development concept called Chernivtsi and the River of Prut, but this area behind the railway station has not yet been studied, and our participants went there across the bridge and said that the way there is not quite comfortable, which means that we would need to further develop this area to take it into account while creating our public space. Probably there could be a pedestrian space there, just having public transport in front of the square, and the cars could be going upwards, not across the square. In that way, that would be well coordinated traffic. So we were generating the ideas and solutions that could become the basis for the research strategy, because that is just the beginning. The beginning of the public discussion of transformation of our railway station square. And I think that we will have a number of workshops where we will engage experts, residents in the public consultations round. And on the basis, we could generate further strategy. That's a large infrastructural site that definitely affects the life in the city. So further we will develop the terms of reference for designing. So all the ideas, all the proposals that came during that workshop and further will be the basis for the research strategy, where we will identify what other assumptions we have to check and what else we have to study. And we will submit it to the City Council for them to further use this document for the discussion of the issue of developing this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bogdana. And perhaps also a round of applause to everybody who contributed and was part of the workshop. Really well done. It looks great. Excellent. Thank you so much, Bogdana. I think it was interesting you already touched on the importance of participation, involving different stakeholders, understanding different users. And I think our next speaker can also cover elements of that. So over to Patrick, who's the founding partner of Orange Architects from the Netherlands. He's also a board member of the UN since 2022, and he's been active in Ukraine since 2003, working on different projects, workshops, and lectures. And Patrick will introduce Panorama Ukraine and public space design. Thank you.
I will walk here. Next. I'm from Panorama Ukraine, not working, of course, alone on it. But the main goal for Panorama Ukraine is to grasp a vision, to imagine the future for Ukraine with very powerful images and also with a participation process. Next. The other way around. Check. I already stated, so we're not doing it alone. It's a cooperation between, of course, UN. I'm part of UN, but also IBR, College of Governmental Advisors. We have a think tank, Vereniging Delta Metropole. So it's a cooperation. We are already working for the 3 workshops at the moment. One was about water, one was about neighborhoods, but it was based in Rotterdam, and the other one was in Lviv last week. Next. And the nice thing is what we achieve is that we are cooperating with Ukrainians, Ukrainians that live abroad, but also Ukrainians that are based in Ukraine itself, and even with people that live in the cities, what we investigate at the moment. Next. Next. So I'm talking a little bit about the last workshop about neighborhoods. We have 6 case studies. We had a Rotterdam and Lviv. We had 5 and 1 general topic. Next. 4 of them were addressing different topics because we choose 6 different locations throughout Ukraine with a diversity of small, big, also different typologies of cities and villages. For instance, one is the Hobbit was reinventing the streets. Klesiv was looking how to deal with the pollution in the city. Strengthening resilience, and Oktirka was looking how we can have an urban street with a lot of activative program next to it. Next. One topic was about social housing. That is a very big topic, of course, for the future of Ukraine. And it was an investigation also from the small scale, from the human scale, until also how you organize it on a national level. Next. We focused on Kherson. Imagine a future for Kherson. Very difficult at the moment, of course. Next. Because at the moment, as you all know, it's still under shelling. And at the same time, people are also from the municipality are looking for a future. So before the war, Kherson was already shrinking because of economical degrowth. There was a shrinking population. After the war, of course, it went on and all the younger people left. As a result, also a shrinking economy. So what can you do to energize Kherson? Next. And we find also an image, of course. We went back with the participation, with the municipality, with people from Kherson, also with the former city architect. So as in 2-3 days, and also 2-3 days here. So we envisioned the water hub to emphasize the local identity, the origin even of Kherson. Next. And why? Always the question, why do you do it? So what is the motor behind all this energy? Kherson is the transit harbor, is the transit harbor of the river Dnieper. there's no other city that is doing this at the moment, and also will not be in the future. So it's a unique position. Next. It's also a sustainable position because the waterway can be the new transport hub for the middle of Ukraine, also the other cities that are there, and even up to Kiev. So we had a sustainable vision for this with the sustainable topics. Next. And we did it in like 6 phases. There was a workshop in Rotterdam focusing on the bigger picture, but also zooming in on neighborhoods, zooming in on master planning, visionary master planning that more or less gave people an idea what it could be. Next. It was a former industry area, but also there are good examples worldwide how you can do this, but also have a mixed city, so inclusive city. What does it mean? Students, elderly people, disabled also because of the war. How can you take care of each other with a mixed program, mixed society? Next. So as I told, there are multiple examples also from Rotterdam. What can you do with old industrial buildings? Next. And then we went to Lviv, zoomed in on the smaller scale, because before we had a very large scale, also on the long term. Now we focus on the mid and the short term with a small energy on the long term. Next. And we had a look together with the municipality that was also present there. Next. What we could do to start with it. So what is the smallest step you can do? What is the smallest step that you can make participation for the municipality, for people that live there, but also people that want to return. So is there an economical factor? The harbor, it will be, but how do you start helping each other rebuilding? So therefore we had the Repair Cafe. There was also based on the idea of the urban camp. Next. So that was panorama, and I'm now zooming back because it's also coming from something. It's also having a relationship with the city where we have our office. It's Rotterdam. Rotterdam had a lot of similarities also in the development. It was also bombed after in the war, and also had to deal with city planning after 2 days after the war. So it had this whole modernistic, so after 45, whole modernistic history. Next. But after the modernism as a maximum, it also had a fall down back again, resulting with a bad identity in the 90s and 2000, in the beginning of 2000, with a lot of drugs also. So what could you do to turn it? Next. Next. So in the crisis, 2008, 2009, the city also realized, so because of the crisis, there was not able to steer on building activities because it all dropped. So the city was thinking, okay, what can we do to strengthen and to boost up the quality of Rotterdam? So they focused on the strong identity, what was before a disadvantage, they turn it into an advantage. The harbor, the labor, the attitude of working, they use it in the marketing. They hired 4 to 5 people doing the marketing, international marketing, not with a new story, only asking for journalists to come to tell the real story, and all the journalists wrote the story, and that also gave a kind of a boost to the city. Yeah, next. But at the same time, the municipality focused on public space and public program. So this is a new railway station. It's a hub, it's a mobility hub. So that's also boosting up for the connection between cities, connection within the city, how people can travel. Next. And what they also did is to reinvent the strategy for urban space. So they made a booklet and that they have a kind of, not a uniformity, but they have a total vision on the whole urban space in the city of Rotterdam. Next. And they made a kind of a toolkit. So every time, if we have a project in Rotterdam, you get this, and we don't do it because we're not landscapers. The landscape office will have this booklet. It's a toolkit, and with the toolkit, it's described what the benches are, pavement, etc., etc. they have a kind of a uniform approach. So not a uniform design, but a uniform approach on landscaping and urban space. Next. And my input is here is landscaping, urban space design doesn't cost money in the end. In the end, it will generate money. Not on the direct line, but with an indirect line. Next. So it meant also for Rotterdam, the building price before of the sales prices was 2,000 to 1,500 euro the square meter. In 15 years, it went up too high, because it's also now difficult to get space, housing space, up to 6,000 euro the square meters. What I want to say about this, because there is also bad things with this, is that there is value for the city. People are proud of the city, and it generates also a prosperous society.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and also thanks for the visuals. Very panoramic, it was great. It was nice that you touched on the idea of a vision and kind of thinking about the future, which I think really beautifully connects to what our next speaker will be touching upon, which is youth engagement and the role of youth in designing inclusive public spaces. So over to Anastasia, who is an urbanist and project leader at Urban Reform.
Hello to everyone. Yes, I would also ask you to show the video that I prepared. Thank you. This is just for you to wake up. So I'm Anastasia Poli, an urbanist and the project leader of Urban Reform project. We are generally dealing with development of communities and strategizing, but another field of our activity is development of infrastructure and new opportunities for young people together with young people. We are designing public spaces, squares, schoolyards, houses of culture, together with the representatives of youth and street culture. That's what you have seen in the video. That is what we have achieved over the recent years. And this topic, working with street culture and young people, is as much important now for us now as it was 10 years ago, when we are just lobbying the issue of construction of public spaces by city administrations. And street cultures actually did quite well with that. Suppose yesterday at 10 we saw 100 people doing skating in one of the places. This is a kind of a point of gravity for the city, which shows us that there should be such public spaces. They should be designed because these are the spaces people will definitely use and get positive emotions. And now when we are talking about the topic of recovery and the visions for different communities, we also have to focus on the youth, because for us now an important task, which was already mentioned yesterday, is to keep young people inside cities, and for them to stay, we need to give them good education, job prospects, and we also need to provide opportunities for them to be self-fulfilled, and this can be well done through such public spaces. That's what we are working on together with young people, and let me show you some projects that we have implemented together with street culture representatives. So one of them is in Kyiv. You also saw it in the video. This was a large and ambitious project that we implemented even before the full-scale invasion, with 3 large teams, street cultures like City Lab, then we, Urban Reform, and the Office of the President of Ukraine. And together we brought into life the dream of street cultures, because, you know, having this large ecosystem with skate parks and workout and hip hop and dance. When all of them are together, this is a great place for people to stay. And our task as urbanists was to moderate the whole process, because each of the venues was designed by the people who are experts in a certain field, like skaters doing the skate park design and so on and so forth. All of their voices were heard, and thus we managed to create such public space by engaging new people into this community. And we can see that the example of street cultures is a perfect sample to follow for all the other creative industries and institutions, be it theater, literature ones, or the ones dealing with some hobbies young people have. There could be also some other opportunities for use, for the manifestation of use and self-fulfillment of use in such spaces. Well, the project in Kyiv was supposed to be replicated in other cities. Such places were supposed to appear in 30 other cities, and we had a number of participatory processes with street cultures, trying to find the venues for that. But of course, with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the project was terminated, and we faced the question, how do we work with this infrastructure now during the war? Because, of course, smaller budgets, quicker processes are the characteristics of those projects. And that's why I would like to show you an urban camp in Lviv. Over the recent 2 years, we've been revitalizing a large modernist building for housing for IDPs in the community centers that would also accumulate street cultures. And here, this aspect of a public space and space for street cultures and young people is manifested not just in the external space, but in the building, which is a point of gravity for this area, for the neighborhood. It works well for IDPs living there and having this need to communicate with the outer world and to get reintegrated in the city. And that is just a point of gravity for young people, for children who go there, who communicate, who have this place of connection and the place to meet each other, which is now very important. A year ago, we implemented a small tactical urban park. We just took the area that was in decay and staged an experiment, trying to see what may happen to it if street cultures appear there. So it was street ball and football court, panda football, so also some places for just sitting and communicating. And then organically we introduced a small skate ground, and it keeps going, it keeps living, accumulating people and becoming a point of gravity for this neighborhood. And we keep working with other cities, for example with Lutsk, where we are also developing the street culture network. We would also like to work with Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, and in every community with which we work, we find youth organizations and unions to understand what the needs of young people are, because these places should be created for those people, which means that it should be done with their participation. We should identify the people aged 14-16, from 14 to 16, and to do designing for them. If you want to get engaged in the process and you have some ambitions to join the projects related to street cultures and youth development, just mind that we will work with Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Lviv, Lutsk in the nearest future. So if you see the need to accumulate this community of young people and street cultures in your city or town, please feel free to address us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. And super important, the aspect you mentioned about the importance of public space for recreational use and also involving the youth. Now moving over to a different kind of, or an expanded definition also of public space, which is incredibly important, and these are green spaces. So we have here today Natalia, who's the Deputy Chief of Landscape Architecture Trust of Chernivtsi, who will speak to us about the green transformation that the city has undergone. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Natalia Katriuk. I've been involved in the development of the green infrastructure in the city, and it's my pleasure to share some of our experience. With regards to projects that we have already implemented, I do not have a presentation with me because those who had a chance to walk the streets of the city had a chance to see the results of the projects implemented with their own eyes. For a couple of years already, I have been working in the city, and when we started dealing with developing green infrastructure in Chernivtsi, we noticed that Chernivtsi has huge potential in this area, but the green infrastructure is a little bit outdated, and the approach to the update of this green infrastructure is outdated. So we developed a respective concept using which we could somehow update this approach to the development of green infrastructure. So, what are some of the conducive factors? Climatic factors, change of weather conditions, psychosomatic aspects, the aesthetic component, of course. And taking all these into account, we made a decision to develop this concept. So, actually, we broke down all the work into specific aspects, combining the tourist routes with the green network. We developed a concept of small parks and green areas that would be located at a small distance, one from another, between 5 to 10-minute walk time. I feel a little bit anxious. Excuse me, I don't have that much experience in public speaking, and also it's a spontaneous speech for me. So excuse me for that. But overall, everybody who had a chance to walk the streets of Chernivtsi this morning were able to see some of the changes, the results of some of the projects already implemented. If you have any questions, I would be probably more ready to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Natalia, and also thank you for jumping in spontaneously, as you said, and definitely super nice to see the green spaces in Chernivtsi. I'm also here for the first time, but I've definitely already noticed, the beauty of the city. You can hold on to that. We'll do a very quick round of questions now, and then also give the audience a chance to ask questions to our speakers here. So my first question is back to Bogdana, who started us off on this panel. You spoke about the workshop and specifically kind of how you were working with students or participants from different sectors, different expertise that they brought to the table. In your experience, what is the importance or the role of these kind of informal education opportunities to really build the capacity within Ukraine to design inclusive public spaces?
It is very important, actually, if we talk about this role. When I was still an architecture student, and that was a long time ago, we were taught that architects were gods who knew everything, and we were never actually discussing participation, listening to opinions of others, conducting surveys. And maybe I even subscribed to those values for a while, thinking that I knew everything that I needed, didn't need to ask the opinions of others. But of course everything changes, the world is changing, approaches towards the design of spaces are changing, and no one knows better how to use the spaces than those who will actually become the users. And none other than the user would know the city better than the city residents. So, dear different practices of conducting surveys give us an understanding of how people behave in specific spaces, whether the spaces are convenient for them, whether the space is aggressive. If we are talking about a square near the railway station, we are met by an aggressive space. When we leave the railway station and get out into the street, in my opinion, we are met with an aggressive space that we try to leave as soon as possible, and this shouldn't be the case. And different studies give us an idea about different visions of such space, and doing different field studies involving local residents and experts in the design and planning, we are able to see how this space will be used, because an architect may have their own vision, the urban planner has their own vision, while a social studies expert will have a different vision, and the local resident only wants for the space to be comfortable and convenient. I was shocked when our participants who are Chernivtsi natives or who come from Chernivtsi region, when we asked them about their impression of the railway station and the railway square, they told us that they never actually go to that square. They have no need to go there because they use buses, and if they travel somewhere, they would use the airport or a bus, a coach for transit. So we were very surprised by that answer. So because of different informal meetings where we discuss spaces, we can develop a 3D model to understand how these processes could be implemented and think about scenarios for those people who rarely use the railway station. And your colleague and you as well were our participants of the workshop, and we discussed this model for a foreign tourist, for example, coming by train to reach the city center from the railway station. So research is of course important, and we should keep in mind that any project or any concept should be based on public hearings, on research results, and this is an integral part of any design solution.
Thank you so much, Bogdana. Maybe just building on that question of stakeholder involvement and having different tools, they might be formal or informal, in terms of involving and hearing the voices of different users of a public space. I'd like to move to Anastasia again, and maybe ask the question about the kinds of tools you have or recommendations you have to involve also thinking about future users and users and the adaptability of space over time. So we might, at this point in time, of course, be able to speak to different people who are already using a public space, but we also need to think about the future and about things that we might not be able to easily predict. So what are your recommendations for formal and informal tools for that? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. In fact, thinking about this question about how we need to involve people not just in the design of public spaces but also in the decision-making process related to the city, the answer may seem very simple and obvious. Such processes should take place. And according to our experience, it's not about the reluctance of city administrations that these processes are not yet in place. It may be for lack of funding, for lack of time, resources, and human resources as well. And lack of a strategic vision, that you need to spend more time developing such concepts and then you will get better results. But I think we have been discussing all these topics for the past 2 days, but we all see that without participation we cannot have a sustainable city, a successful city, and we cannot have those public spaces that will be working for everyone. So I think in Ukraine, these public hearings are quite formal. And for us, on the one hand, public hearing is something that we all understand, but on the other hand, we realize that this is something formal that will not contribute to any decisions being actually made. So maybe we could reframe this topic, be more creative, and invite people to other sorts of events. From our experience, different models may work, such as festivals, exhibitions, workshops, games, get-togethers, so that we can understand what type of values the people have. And then gradually, we can build upon these values and further translate those values in the design of the public space. Sometimes we forget to notify people, to keep in touch with them during all the stages, during the research stage, during the design stage, and even during the implementation stage and the post-implementation stage as well. So probably we have to be more flexible so that the concept and design could be adjusted. Maybe it will require additional investment, but definitely there will be a return on this investment because those public spaces will be more actively used by people in the future. And it's very important to involve all of the stakeholders. It's quite obvious, of course. It's a mechanism that should be developed for city administrations. We should give them these tools. We should show them that it's possible to involve people, and it should be a collaboration between the city administrations or any other administrations and the business, the civil society organizations, the people, and those who moderate all this process and build it step by step. And from our experience of recent years, if you start building this process within the city or the community, then city administrations already see this positive feedback, and it's easier for you to build upon this trust when the first step has already been made. And then it's easier for you to find the methods. So the first step is very important. Don't be afraid of social media influencers, opinion leaders, advertisement, and any physical meetings. So you can go from door to door and try to get through to the elderly people. You will have to spend probably more time and resources, understanding that there will be a return on this investment of yours.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Anastasia. Thank you. I think it resonates also with the audience. And just reflecting also on one of the tools that we're often using is Minecraft, actually, so a computer game. And we've seen exactly these positive effects that you also just mentioned. So we bring together even younger and older people, and they together design a public space through what is essentially a computer game. And it can be, quite innovative and engaging. So definitely we're seeing the value there. Patrick, moving over to you. A question more about kind of the system. So often when we think about designing public space, maintaining public space, we might think about one individual square or one street. But how can we actually approach public space as a sort of network, perhaps, or a blue-green network, and about the system that lies behind it? So how do we apply a systems approach to planning public space?
Maybe to start first is what is public space, because it has different realities. So I heard mostly talking about the physical reality, but also has a mental reality. If people think about a city or thinking about urban space, that's a different one. You have nowadays you also have a digital version of it, and there's an economical version. There are different realities. So that's already complex, and it's complex because of the enormous amount of stakeholders, more than people live in the city. So in order to have a proper urban space, urban system, you need a kind of a circular system, so it's repetitive over time. So if you consider it as a kind of a machinery, if you have an ideal, so I'm talking about an ideal machinery, it more or less consists of, I wrote it down, like 10 steps in order to achieve it. It starts in a non-following, where do you start in a circular system? So I start with education. At the moment, you need landscape designers, you need urbanists, you need architects, and all other professions. But I'm an architect, so I'm a little bit about the physical now. If you don't have these, you have to fill the gaps with. I think there's no landscape education. Urbanism is more in the economical. So it's starting also with education. I think that's the one major one to start with. But also the integration between these professions, a lot of professions, also economics, for instance. If we have, let's say, in a competition in the Netherlands, we have a lot of people on the table, all the interest. But it's not all. It's not the stakeholders. It's the designers only. The next step is participation or analysis. For me, participation is part of analysis. It's reading and listening. Reading and listening, it means listening not only to people that live there, that's considered participation as normally, but also listen to the client, listen to the municipality. What are their goals? What do they want? And you have to ask, not with what do you want, never ask the question what do you want, because it's leading to not the good expectation. If you collect all these kind of things, you go to a kind of a vision or concept or a multi-layered one. So not a concept, make a city like a flower, but a multi-layered concept based on all these things what I just addressed before. Then you need a political system that incorporates it. So you need to have a working political system. The next step is that you need financial capacity, because otherwise, you can't do anything. So a financial capacity means, with the vision, it's a story. People have to believe in it. It's nothing else than money. Money is also a story, nothing else. So if you consider that you have a vision, you have a political system that makes it sure, you have money, you can do something. But it means also that the decision is made, let's do it. You need to have a good, proper administrative system. So on a day-to-day basis. Then you make a master plan. After the master plan, you have the craftsmanship. You also need the people that build it, because you can design a very nice plan, but you also see examples that you think, no, that could be done better. But in order to keep the ball rolling, you need a proper tax system also, or a way of funding. And then you go back to the beginning, and or more or less. And then you have the circle running. So for me, if this is the most important one, how can you arrange, there's an ideal system, so it never works always like this. So how can you have the motor running? So how can you, and every country is different. You have to deal with the things that are there. The only thing is, how can you do it? And I think this is also discussion with the limited resources there are here on multi-level things, so money, education. Still, you can think about how can you do it. For me, the most important one is to imagine things, because imagine things, it's a story, and a story in human lives is one of the most important motor.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you. I'm going to ask an extremely quick question to Natalia, and then we'll jump over to the audience. If you'd like to grab me up. So Natalia, you spoke about the introduction of green space, and now Patrick also spoke about the importance of getting people to buy into that process and actually following through with implementation. So on your experience, what has been the greatest value add of introducing more green space to Chernivtsi, to society? So I think we know about the ecological benefits, increasing biodiversity and so on, but what is, in your experience, the value that it has really added to the social life of the city?
The creation of green spaces in the city, it's not just about the environment, it's also the psychosomatic function. When you walk down the street and you see green spaces that are located at short distance from one another, and these green spaces are also somehow fitted into the environment, the architecture, it has a very positive impact. Again, it's about psychosomatics, and under conditions of martial law that we are currently having, green spaces play an integral role in the restoration of our emotional state. This is if we are talking about servicemen and IDPs, people who stayed near the front lines. So probably the time has come for us to work with these public spaces, to work with the green spaces. So this is if we do not touch upon the role of ecology. If we were to discuss ecology, then of course it's also our noise protection. It's the cheapest option that helps us cool down the space. So work with public spaces is directly connected to creating green spaces, and you need to choose the plants correctly. If you do that, it can have a positive economic influence on implementation of similar projects in the future. And people also demonstrate positive feedback. They see that we are using bushes, for example, in our green spaces. And if previously we planted only flowers, then now the situation has changed, and this has a positive influence on the community.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Now over to the audience, and I think we have microphones also in the audience. Yes. Maybe we'll take 2 or 3 questions at a time and then answer them.
Okay, so I have the question about the relation between future and now, and relation between strategy and learning by doing. And I will profile it to the person. So to Patrick, the question is, what is the relation between Panorama Ukraine and the reconstruction actions which are taking in Ukraine place now, and how you think how to transform it and to relate between each other for how far future is this Panorama Ukraine, and to Bogdana, Anastasia and Natalia, because you are all the part of institutions or organization which are doing the strategic actions, but what you presented here were the very implementing projects, small strategic project, and how those projects by which you are active make an input on the strategies which are done within your municipality or your architectural office or your organization. Thank you.
I will answer the question about Panorama. Panorama is focusing on short, mid and long, but it's up to the participants, up to the strategy for each case study. So for water, it had the short, and mid and long always, but it's for each team to see where the focus is on. So some people think about, let's say, what we had, a repair cafe, that can be in the short term, but we also had the long term. So I think for my part, I would say it's nice to have them both, because you also see why you are doing the things for where's the journey going to. So where's the dot on the horizon, and what kind of dot is it, and how defined are you describing it? For me, it's always, because if it's 20, 30, 50 years, it should be more or less an imaginary or visionary kind of thing, not a precise, because it doesn't work. But I think that the combination short, mid, and long is a very important one. But we more or less leave it free for each case study where the focus will be on. Is that answering your question? The general idea about the general idea about Panorama, I would say maybe two things. One is, now three things even. Connection, so we invite a lot of Ukraine professionals, also from the city government. Two is having creating together a story. What could it be for the mid or long short term? And at the same time, it's capacity building. So helping and sharing both ways with ideas that we can use each for ourselves or give. That's the main scope of Panorama.
Someone feel comfortable answering the second part?
So I should start answering the question about the long-term strategy and short-term strategy. I think that we are all in the situation where we realize that we cannot do without a long-term strategy. Ukraine had post-Soviet problems because some of the decisions were made too quickly because we didn't have a general strategy. And this also influenced ecology, environment, mobility, housing in big cities. So we need to have this wider strategy. And I think that everybody who shared their integrated development concepts during this forum mentioned that there were some bigger strategies, but they are not made possible without specific projects. We are talking about a mental social aspect here, that life goes on even during the full-scale invasion and implementation of new ideas. And I will be mentioning some ideas that are actually applicable and practical and sometimes very simple. They are very important. So, of course, you need to have a long-term strategy and a series of technical measures. Perhaps Natalia would like to add. With regards to strategy for creating green spaces, and of course, we do have a strategy and an action plan, in particular taking into account that due to hostilities, 60% of our forests have been destroyed, so the plan is to restore the green infrastructure on the territory of Ukraine in general. And with regards to implementation of some short-term projects, then, as of today, we are implementing them. We are planning for this year, for the years 2025 and 2026. If we are talking about the development of green infrastructure, we cannot stop. We need to continue planning and we need to continue implementing even those small projects that we are working with at the moment, because it all comes back to ecology.
We take maybe two more questions from the audience, or would you like to add something, Bogdana? Okay. Yeah, so maybe in the spirit of participation, we'll take two more questions, and I'm apologizing for the fact that we're running over time a little bit.
Maybe three, because I have raised a very short comment and a question. Good evening, everybody. My name is Alexandra Tkachenko, and I'm urban planner at Copper Companions in Rotterdam, and also chairwoman of UN. And the only comment I have that we are talking about public space here, but we are not mentioning that actually the public space is a backbone of the city development, the backbone of the urban transformation in many places, because the architecture could change, our economic situations can change, but if you have a good public and green backbone in your city, in your new in the new neighborhood that is transforming, that already lays the base for the future development, which is more resilient and future-proof and is ready to other changes. Yeah, that would be like main point to stress.
Great, thank you for that contribution. would anyone like to ask maybe one more question? Yeah, I see a hand just over there.
Вітаю всіх, мене звати Анастасія.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anastasia. I'm from Odessa. I'm a deputy of the City Council of Odessa. And today we had a wonderful excursion, and I'd really like to thank the Chernivtsi Trust Green Enterprise. And I would like to give you an award for switching to bushes and other types of plants. When you have these nice plants and sprouts, it looks very nice. And in Odessa, we want to plant some flowers. We want to plant some 5,000 flowers. So could you please share your experience? There will be a couple of questions here. Even if your answers are very quick, that is still fine. So my first question is, how have you been able to switch from flowers that you have to plant every year and take care of them to other types of plants that are more expensive, that look nicer? So it's about your switch, my first question. And the second question, so who gives the order, or rather the push, to implement these ideas? Is it about the head architect, or is it somebody else? And my third question is about the following. In Odessa, we have a budget of 5 to 6 million hryvnias for this municipal enterprise that develops the green infrastructure. So my question is about your budget. How much money do you spend annually? And how are you financially supported by the City Council? What is the role that you are playing in this work? Thank you very much. So with regards to the first question, using perennials in developing of the green spaces, it's our joint work with the architects. So we have one big project of some renovations, and then we as experts in green spaces creation provide our proposals, and it cannot do without visualization, because we need to prove that it's going to be attractive. And by using visualizations, we are able to convince people that it's going to look nice. And then we have a short presentation proving the feasibility of the project, because it will help us cut the costs for maintenance. For example, when we use perennials, for the first couple of years, we actually need to invest a lot of funds for weeding, but that's only the first couple of years. Because when you have specific density of the plants, when you have selected the right assortment of plants, taking into account the specific zones, or having set your priorities correctly, you understand that in a year or two we will not need to go back to weeding in that areas. And this is how we work. So it's always about a plan. It's systematic work. So for example, we have some flower beds where we start gradually planting perennials. So it's a combination of flowers and perennials. So gradually, very smoothly, we are replacing flowers with these plants. And there are some locations where we cannot plant perennials, but with time there are fewer and fewer locations like that. With regards to the work of our municipal enterprise,
I'm very, very sorry. It's my fault, we're running over time a little bit. So could I just suggest that maybe you actually touch base bilaterally? I think these are super important project discussions. I don't want to cut them short. I'm really sorry. I think there will be time. Maybe just to wrap up, and let's do it in a really speedy, collective way. I'd like to ask if everybody can think of just one word that describes the main principle or the main value that you see is important for public space design. So just one word.
I have one word with multiple words connected to each other. A social economical motor.
Beautiful.
Можна два. Активні мешканці.
Can it be two words? Active residents. We cannot do without them. It's impossible to create any types of spaces because they are the motor, actually, active residents. To do and to implement, to develop and implement projects. So again, a couple of words: ecology and psychosomatics. I cannot limit myself to one word.
And I think mine is inclusion. And with that, thank you so much for joining this panel, and apologies for running slightly over time. Thank you.
Дорогі друзі, зараз у нас
Dear friends, we are going to have a very quick break for some 10 minutes. So if there is no immediate need, you don't have to leave the room. In 10 minutes, we are going to have a series of short presentations. Please be back in time. We will be waiting for you at 3:20.
Усім вітання. Сьогодні в нас друга частина сесії коротких презентацій.
Welcome everyone. Today we're having the second part of our short presentation. We have wonderful speakers and I'd like to introduce the first speaker, Natalia Katriuk, head of the Department of Municipal Department of Bakhmut Town Council, and the presentation is The Steel Dream of Bakhmut, the concept of accessible city of the future.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Today, our residents of Bakhmut would be celebrating the 453rd anniversary of their city. But because of the total destruction of the city and the community by Russia, all our residents, which are tens of thousands, had to be evacuated to a safer space. The government, the administration also got evacuated and is now working remotely to support the former residents of Bakhmut and to develop plans for the future after the war.
All right, so we started working on one district together with Metinvest Limited Liability Company, who agreed to develop the rebuilding concept, the Steel Dream of Bakhmut, and they did it free of charge. It was a pilot project. And while working on the district, we conducted analytics, and to the left of the slide you will see the situation prior to destruction. We had it's actually a quarter that was full of 5 and 9-story buildings. Even though it had a market and some infrastructure facilities, they were not enough, and people were forced to travel to the central part of the city and spend additional time. And plus we saw an issue with oversized territories that had to be maintained, and they were low on functionality. And together with Metinvest team, we asked the artificial intelligence about its vision for the future of Bakhmut. And this is the picture painted. You will see low-rise buildings, green spaces, comfortable quarters, and places where each resident would feel comfortable, where we will hear children's laughter, where everyone will feel nice and comfortable at any time on any day.
Then we started to analyze what else we would get from this concept, and we understood that the main approach should be human-based, human-oriented approach, or human-centered approach, which became the most important principle for our concept. And we also decided that we would like to engage both the residents who used to live in those areas and the ones who would like to come to Bakhmut for the reconstruction and to stay there. Also, we used technologies like module, prefab, and platform, which are steel technologies that are actively being used now throughout the world. They tend to be solid, firm, eco-friendly, and convenient for use. We also applied the principle build back better for everyone to feel comfortable, as well as to build the quarters following the 15-minute city. Before that, the main streets and the quarters that existed before the destruction of the town were actually left in the same size and in the same place. Next slide, please. As far as the overall concept is concerned, it can be said that all the areas were based on the basis of the principle of multifunctionality and inclusion, suppose the main square, the areas for entertainment, the areas near multi-apartment buildings, then the park that could possibly be used as a skating rink in the wintertime, and the public spaces near schools when there are no lessons could be used as community centers to unite community members. And also, for convenience purposes, we would allocate special places for parking areas, and we would also create conveniences for the residents near their buildings, and we would have some fairs like downtown, but the main parts of the city would remain comfortable and you could have some leisure time there. We have also dedicated a separate section to commemoration of memory, and we will have the Park of Memory where you can stay alone with your grief, and there will be the Alley of Heroes to commemorate all those fallen while defending the independence of Ukraine. We understand that there will be many people from all over Ukraine who will come to commemorate the perished. And we have also we will also focus on security issues like construction of multifunctional bomb shelters, and we will also have a chat, a quarantine smartphone for quick solution of different daily life problems, and also we will have the chat on energy, because we will have alternative energy that will provide for electricity in the area even in the conditions of blackout. So we think that this concept will be a good concept for the reconstruction of Bakhmut, its community, and it may well become a sample to follow after our victory. Thank you, Natalia. Now let me give the floor to Pavlovas Kubornik, the coordinator of the direction of mobility from Spilno Hub, and he will tell us more about the program of reconstruction and recovery for 5 communities in Zaporizhzhia region. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm Pavlovas Kubornik, and let me share with you the project implemented by our organization. Before full-scale invasion, we were doing common things like dealing with security of traffic, road infrastructure, but war changed everything. Why have we started implementing this project? If you remember the context of 2023, we were waiting for quick deoccupation, quick reconstruction and recovery, and also recovery of our life, not only buildings. That's why the processes of reconstruction and recovery were already launched. The state already announced its programs for recovery and projects for recovery, and we were eager to help our communities in Zaporizhzhia region, to be more specific, the city of Zaporizhzhia, and 4 more communities to develop high-quality programs for recovery. We were assisted by the analytical center Cedos, which helped us to arrange good communication with the communities. They actually were our mentors, and they helped us to develop those programs on a high-quality basis for them to be more resilient. Next slide. So here you can see the communities are engaged in the project. They are all united by the fact that they have not undergone any major destructions, and they are quite similar to each other. Next slide, please. What are the activities for our project? These are mentor seminars, mentor workshops for project participants, mentor workshops, aiming at the reconsideration of road and transport infrastructure, and also experience exchange trips to the city of Vinnytsia and Chernihiv regions, to be more specific, 2 of the communities in Chernihiv region, because they were already at a further phase on that way. Also, we will have participatory elements like public hearings of the recovery programs, public presentations for each of the communities. Also, we would like to have a 3-day retreat for communities because mental support is a very important element nowadays. And after the communities would present their programs, we would have a workshop for them regarding implementation and monitoring of those programs and plans, and we would like to have a workshop on project management to help them with implementation of the projects. But as for now, well, we are approximately at step 5, which is public presentations. We have delivered public presentations in one of the communities. 4 more are coming, or well, 3 more are coming, because if we take the city of Zaporizhia, we are facing a number of challenges, different challenges, and I will tell you about those problems while covering my next slide. So what about the difficulties in the project implementation that I would like to share with you? First of all, the first problem is the volume and the complexity of the document. The legislative framework has changed several times, even during our project and after we started implementation of the project. Well, the analytical center, Cedos, helped us a lot with that. They did not left us alone. We were trying to launch all the processes together. The other problem is limited capacity of communities. We all know that larger cities have a greater capacity to do some sectoral studies, to introduce an intellectual element into it. Unfortunately, smaller communities don't have this capacity. That's why they are facing the problem of problems with the implementation of this interdisciplinary approach. And the third problem is mental burnout of the representatives of local self-government bodies. They're really tired, in particular the ones working in the fields and working in the communities close to the front line. We can really see this mental burnout. So you remember I mentioned a retreat. That retreat should actually happen at the beginning. It would be right to first deal with the mental exhaustion and then engage in the work, but that's what the plan is. And the fourth problem is the poor culture of participation. I think it's an all-Ukrainian problem, covering, in fact, 2 problems. Local self-government bodies don't know how to arrange this. Local residents are normally passive, which creates a problem, and we were trying to engage as many people as possible and to raise this activity rate. Next slide. Here you can see the contact data of our NGO, my contact data, social media. So suppose you need a consultation on those projects, on your projects, please feel free to address me or any other representative of our organization. We would be happy to share our experience. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Pavlo. The next person to speak is Viktoriia Afanasieva, an architect of the City Spaces Lab. The presentation will be Kherson City rethinking the challenges of full-scale invasion and looking for answers in the context of Kherson and post-war recovery of Kherson. Hello to everyone. Let me share some information with you regarding rethinking of the city of Kherson after the full-scale invasion. If you haven't been to Kherson, you can see in the first line of photos what Kherson looked like before the full-scale invasion, and in the second line you can see what it looks like now. In spite of the difficult situation, Kherson keeps on going thanks to its residents who provide the city with water, energy, like the harvest in the fields which are heavily mined. So we should say that Kherson is the city about people. And the main question we were asking ourselves was, how could we act within our city planning competences to make Kherson not just the city about people, but a city for people? Here you can see the word cloud of the associations of residents of Kherson. We were trying to collect their insights regarding what Kherson is for them. Now we are facing the problem of demographic uncertainty because only 29% of the city population that we used to have before the full-scale invasion are staying in the city, which is already 15,000 people more than at the beginning of summer. And this demographic uncertainty limits our planning opportunities, as well as it limits our prospects for economic growth. An important topic for us was participation, which is a very delicate topic. You know, quite a high percentage of people have been traumatized due to the full-scale invasion, and we have poor culture of participation. But anyway, we took the risk and we interacted with 93 residents, and we think that this was our success story because people were happy to respond to our questions, and we worked with vernacular areas. That's why we had flexible areas, flexible borders of areas. We were trying to establish their identity together with them, and they were really interested in thinking on that topic. And even those residents who are now staying abroad participated in our survey. We were trying to identify the strengths of different districts, their strategic needs and present times needs. We were trying to identify degraded areas in the city. And the main structure of our work was about working from top to bottom, from the national level to the tactical urbanism level. And due to the demographic uncertainty, we focused more on the general principles, on the city policy, and on the success stories that have been successfully implemented in Europe. We also took some cases from other cities of Ukraine, like the concepts of integrating development. And then we went lower to the level of the region and interaction of Kherson region with other regions, because, you know, there are problems with integration of IDPs because of the difference in cultures. Then we focused on the challenges and principles of recovery and reconstruction in the background of full-scale invasion and reconsideration of reality based on the principles of barrier-free environment, helping veterans get integrated after the war, gender sensitivity. So we were trying to show people what could they possibly expect, and how we could motivate them to get back to Kherson. They need to see this image, otherwise they are asking themselves the question whether it's worth getting back to Kherson. So in this way, we're trying to show them that there may be some positive expectations. Also, participation. Regarding participation, we had an online survey. We got quite extensive answers from a lot of respondents that we further analyzed. And we also focused on the tools for Kherson recovery, how we could cut the trees, not to coronate them, not to ground them as we normally see them, but to improve the situation even in that aspect of greening. Also, we were focusing on the issue of small rivers, and then we went even lower, closer to the ground, and focused on the ideas of projects that could help Kherson recover. We did it on the basis of one of the districts in the city, did some simulation and modeling. Well, unfortunately, Kherson is all the time under shelling. That's why we cannot do the mapping of destructions, but that may help us to reconsider the space. And I would also like to say that participation really matters. It is the residents who know what they want to see in their city. They don't want to become a new Odessa or a new Kyiv or another London. They want to be Kherson residents in the city of Kherson, and they want to preserve their local identity and context. So I hope that what is going to develop further is not just the master plan, but that we will see more of integrated concepts, more of informal planning and discussions dedicated to post-war recovery. And we are really grateful to the defenders of Ukraine, and thank you, dear organizers, for organizing this event, which is important for many residents of Ukraine. Thank you, Valeria. Our next speaker is Johan Černat, an architect, co-founder of the architectural studio space Odyssey Architects, and he will speak on Makariv recovery. Hello to everyone. Let me tell you about the project we are currently implementing. It's called Our Place, Nasze Miejsce. And the project aims to contribute to the development of the communities affected by the Russo-Ukrainian war. And the first place we focus on is Makariv, which is a small village located at the distance of 60 kilometers from Kyiv. It's small, but it has got a long history because it was founded back in the 11th century. Since ancient times, it has been a part of defense system for Kyiv. Here you can see the central park of Makariv and the most interesting place there, which is kind of a hill that performed the role of the fortress, called Городище. It performed the role of the fortress, and now, unfortunately, well, recently, Makariv also faced a new attack. And in this slide, you can see the exhibition dedicated to those 33 days of occupation of Makariv. This is a photo exhibition. People just wanted to share their impressions, to have some reflections and reconsideration of their own experience. And there was a stand where you could actually leave your comment regarding what these 33 days meant for you. So people wrote that these were 33 days of pain, of hell, and 33 days of faith in the Ukrainian army. Nothing for the community without the community engagement. That is our main motto that we use in our work. That's why our next step was holding a workshop. We invited the representatives of the authorities and activists, veterans, who participated in the defense of Makariv, and they got together in one space and shared our ideas, communicated with each other, and developed a common vision. As a result, we found out that the most important thing at the first stage is the reconstruction of the quay in Makariv on the river of Zdvizh. And here you can see a detailed visual plan. For the first facility was not obvious for us. This is a veteran hub suggested by the Association of Veterans because quite many people from the community have participated in the hostilities, and they really need a space where they could communicate with each other and undergo this rehabilitation process. So this space is aimed for the rehabilitation of veterans only. The other part, not the next slide, but the next part. So the next part of the quay, or the next site on the quay, is expansion of the already available beach and volleyball ground where we could hold some local competitions. And the third part, next slide please, the third part is the amphitheater of recovery. So you can see this amphitheater of recovery, which is a light wooden structure, partially above the river of Zdvizh, partially on the bank, and the stairs open up a great view, a great panorama. And this is a multifunctional space where you could go in for sports, do yoga, have open-air classes, have short local concerts, organize watching movies. But the main thing is that this facility was designed together with the community and for the community. And it's highly in demand among local residents. So now our team is working at the implementation of this facility, this project, and we hope that this will become a starting point for the development of Makariv. Thank you. Thank you, Yevhen. Our next speaker is Natalia Katriuk, an analyst of Civita Ukraine, and she will tell us about reconsideration of heritage as the tool of territorial planning and management. Hello to everyone. I'm Nadia, and first of all, let me tell that I'm an economist and a geographer at the same time, but I'm also an activist. As an urban activist advocating preservation of cultural and historical and architectural heritage. And today I will be talking about a water supply tower in Zhytomyr, its preservation, and I will speak on reconsideration of heritage as a tool of territorial planning and management, specifically at the example of this case. I think that you are familiar with the situation when you are staying in a public space or in an urban space and you are facing the problem of some decay. You have some destroyed architectural heritage, and in the best case, it is just closed for the city residents. And this is what actually happened to the water supply tower in Zhytomyr, the water pumping station in Zhytomyr, for some period of time. But then the volunteers, the activists, started opening up this space for the city residents and all those willing to get there. So they organized get together to put this facility inside into order and to recover the roof. Next slide, please. So here is a very interesting fact. This was an architecturally dominating site in the city of Zhytomyr, but most of Zhytomyr residents have never been there. So just imagine having such a nice architectural site and never coming there and not knowing there. And then not having a chance to get there. That's why volunteers have regular excursions there for all those willing to see it, and they are in this way trying to draw the attention of people and city authorities to this water tower. And in the first picture you can also see some people with the specialty of economic geography that are paying special attention to the space. The tower has already become a platform for cultural and educational events, and now it is registered with the municipal institution, the Agency for the City Development, and it's also one of the points, the most active points in the city center under the concept for integrated development of Zhytomyr. This concept presupposes that the water tower will be reconstructed. It will become a multifunctional and dynamic space. Next slide, please. If we speak about the public in 2020, it actually initiated a closed architectural competition, and now in the slide you can see the results. In fact, the ground floor should have a tourist and information center as the platform for the interaction between different entities within the tourist industry. The second floor would be a conference room and a terrace, and there are also interfloor spaces in the tower that have been established there after its reconstruction in the 80s, sorry. And the last fifth floor is actually a viewing terrace that could also be used as an exhibition room or a conference room. Next slide, please. Of course, funding is a problem, as in many cases for such cultural facilities. This is a pain in the neck, and it has been many a time that city residents have voted at different public hearings within the participatory budget process and within different architectural competitions for this facility. But it should be mentioned that in case the tower has already actually been transformed, and at the weekend you can go there if you are the city residents or if you are visiting the city, but it still requires quite a lot of capital investment. So from the point of view of planning, we can say that the future revitalization of the tower may act as a catalyst for the development of the central focus area, which I've already mentioned in the city center of Zhytomyr. And in case the project is successfully implemented, we will manage to expand the pedestrian network in Zhytomyr that we have, starting with Viktor Kosenko Street up to Mikhailivska Street and Boris Letushensky Street. Also, its refurbishment as a flexible, multifunctional and dynamic space will contribute to the crossroads of the streets, two streets, Metro Donsov and Kosanko, and also at the crossroads of the new boulevard and Kosanko Street. And if we take it from the point of view of planning and in the context of the network of those public spaces, the tower will also raise the capacity of the area towards the western direction from the historical core of Zhytomyr. That's all from me. Thank you for attention, and let me invite each of you to visit Zhytomyr, in particular to visit its water tower. Thank you. Well, thank you, Nadia. And our last speech is to be delivered by Olena Yurichuk, co-founder of the project Kolobrama, or Near the Gate. And the presentation will be near the gate, stories about the doors and not only. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Olena, and today I would like to tell you about our small project initiative called Kolobrama, or Near the Gate. I will tell you about the doors and not only. So, what are we doing? We are an NGO, or rather a public initiative, and we are a very small initiative, just 2 people, me, and by background I have nothing to do with architecture and urban planning. I just like my city very much, I like to research it. And the co-founder is the main architect of the town of Kolomyia. So by joint effort, on the basis of our love for the city, we are trying to tell something about the city and to encourage people and guests of the city, of the town, to love it. Our project is the name of the project echoes well with the name of Kolomyia, because Kolomyia can actually be translated as near something. And this second part is not meaningful. And in this way, we tried to have a non-trivial representation of the cultural code of the town. Do you know anything about Kolomyia? Raise your hands. And do you know anything about the Easter egg? It so happened that Kolomyia is well known as the center of Pokutya region, and it's well known because we have the Museum of Easter Eggs. You can just enter this museum and to see a large collection of painted Easter eggs. But our goal is to show that this is not the only place of attraction in the city, and that it's worth visiting Kolomyia not just for several hours before you go on to Yaramcho-Bukoval. Our project was launched in May 2022, and well, we started talking about the doors, their stories, about the residents living behind those doors. But then what happened was what you can see in the slide. Well, the first gate is, or the first door is a unique historical gate. Kolomyia has a number of ancient doors, historical doors, but normally we have the doors with the initials, not normally, but it's a unique case when we have doors with the initials, the person engraved on that door. And then instead of this old unique door, there appeared what you can see in picture 2. Can you imagine this happening? This was a barbaric act of replacement, and after that our project transformed into a little bit more than just talking to people in social media. It happened in 2022. Well, then there was there were mass strikes. It was difficult to speak about any restoration, all the more that we are not a public organization, we're just an initiative. So it was really difficult to be looking for the grants, all the more in the first year after the full-scale invasion. This door was restored and placed back in September last year, which was thanks to our effort. We were trying to look for funding and for the craftsmen who could actually do the restoration. And we also got a great support, both in terms of the initiative and in terms of the funding. We found such people They provided their great support to us, and it's an illustrative case for the city. Well, seemingly, okay, the door has been replaced with a plastic door, metal plastic door, but that's really important. And after that restoration, we started facing another issue with a response on behalf of the city. Well, luckily, the projects related to the doors are not anything new. We know that we have some projects in Ivano-Frankivsk, Ternopil, Kharkiv. This is the experience of co-funding for replacement and restoration. We also have some cases of restoration of the doors and gates in Kyiv. It's good that we have got more of those initiatives now. In Kolomea, the town responded very positively. I'm showing you just 2 slides, and here you can see the upper doors. This is the restoration that was done by a professional at the expense of the people who actually staying in this building. Their offices are there. So they saw this first door that was restored, and they decided to put their door into order as well. Downwards you can see, I don't know whether you could really see it from the room, but the first slide is the door, which is in good condition. But when we did restoration of the doors, we started noticing that in the town, gradually we are getting more doors that have been cleaned and painted by the residents. And they are not replacing their wooden doors with metal plastic, but they are just restoring what they have, the very residents of those buildings. Why are these projects important, and why do we have to be dealing with that? Why do we have to leave our comfort zone? I started with my comfort zone in social media, and I had to leave it then. And you also need to leave your comfort zone. People need to be engaged. And one of the residents approached us when we only started and said, okay, you are restoring the doors. And she asked that, will you place this door to the front or to the back? And I couldn't understand how the person would actually leave this metal plastic door and just additionally have this restored door, just because she did not understand what it was about. That's why we need to communicate with people, and our project really aims at showing the beautiful trivial things, subtleties like the door, which is more than 100 years old, as a component of beauty, because in that way we will preserve our cities and towns. Thank you. Thank you, dear participants of this session. We are done with the session of brief presentations, and now we have a 10-minute break. And at 4:10, we are waiting for you for the panel dedicated to education.
Отже, я думаю, ми можемо починати.
I guess we may start. Well, first of all, I understand that this panel is not the first, it's not the second one, it's the final panel for today. You have already received lots of information, yet on the other hand, I'm very grateful to the weather, which kept many of you inside. So instead of going out and walking, you decided to stay with us. So the name of this panel is Urban Future in Ukraine, Highways and Dead Ends of Urban Studies. Today and yesterday, the discussion is focused on the future of Ukrainian cities, which will be impacted by a number of factors. And one of the key factors is the way the educational system is formed today, and educational planning will influence the cities that we will be living in tomorrow, that our children and grandchildren will be living in tomorrow. So let's discuss the goods and the bads of the urban studies programs in Ukraine. Of course, we cannot cover all of these programs, but some of them are more successful than the others. So what are some of the recipes of success for such educational programs so that they are actually productive, so that the graduates of such programs can change our cities and societies, offering a new vision of public spaces? And here we are faced with some threats related to different pathways. When education resembles a conveyor belt where all programs are very similar and all the specialists are similar, and we have too many of such specialists in this sphere. Should urban studies programs be smaller for smaller groups of students, or should we scale up? And if we are talking about these different programs, should they be in competition or should they somehow overlap? And we will be focusing our discussion around three elements. There will be 3 rounds of questions, and each of the panelists will be answering our questions. And the first element we will discuss is the variability of educational programs and academic liberty. It may happen that an educational program may appear perfect, we may select perfect courses, but we are constrained within the limits of a specific specialty. We have specific requirements for specialties. There's an educational standard which foresees a list of core components. So how do we act under circumstances of such constraints, and how do we, on the other hand, manage to effect our educational liberty? And should educational programs in architecture and geography be dedicated solely to architecture and geography, and can there be overlaps? The second element is influence on the society and the different stumbling blocks. So what we'd like to focus on here is how these educational programs can influence the society and what are some of the challenges. And the third element is about the prospects for our interaction, development of interdisciplinary programs, intersectoral programs, or should we all stay within the constraints of our own area so that we have narrow field specialists, or should we adopt a maybe wider view and wider approach? Our speakers represent different educational programs, and Oleg Drozdov, for example, is an architect, co-founder and president of the Kharkiv School of Architecture, which has an educational program in architecture and urban studies, and the specialists are architects and urban planners. Natalia Katriuk is a program director of the Urban Studies and Urban Planning educational program at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. Miroslav Zayachuk is dean of the Faculty of geography. He is a representative of the local community from Chernivtsi National University, where they have a program in regional development and spatial planning. And it's very important that Miroslav also has the experience of working as deputy head of the regional state administration. This is essential because it gives us an opportunity to see things not just an activist but also as a representative of authorities. And Tatiana Vodoteka is also here with us. She's an academic director of the master's program in urban studies and post-war reconstruction at Kyiv School of Economics. So we have representatives of different programs and different specialties. My first question is for Oleg. So we will start with Oleg probably for this round of questions. This question has to do with academic liberty and the diversity of educational programs. Let us talk about the specifics of your educational programs, the competencies that your graduates should have, those that graduate your programs in urban studies and spatial planning. And let me remind you about the time limits. If you can, please be quite concise in your answers. So Oleg, over to you. Thank you very much. I would like to begin with competition. When we did research prior to launching our bachelor's program back in 2017, we were impressed by the fact that in Ukraine, one licensed architect will be providing services to around 14,000 residents. So you can imagine the level of concentration in terms of the density of professional community. So this is the ratio of professional expertise to, let's say, a quarter of the city or a neighborhood. So let's just imagine we need to have 10 times higher the concentration of professionals so that we reach the level of Colombia, for example. And if we talk about European countries, then there will be one architect per 1,000 residents. And we're talking about a licensed architect, an active professional. Our program was launched on the wave of the Revolution of Dignity. We understood that we needed to think about spatial development of the city, and it was like a civilizational push for us. We started moving within a new civilizational paradigm, and as for me, education is about imagining your starting point and also seeing the destination point in front of you. So every conversation about education should begin with a discussion of values. What kind of transformation will be served by this program in terms of economy, in terms of creating specific relationships within the community and the society, and how it will be supported by technology if we are talking about architecture. So it became clear for us that, of course, we started from scratch, and we didn't have any legacy of previous programs. We just went outside and observed. We understood that the role of architect in the era of digital technologies is changing. And of course, a lot is taken away from us by these digital technologies, and we need to find a new mission for ourselves. We understand that this mission will be about moderation and integration, because the profession lies on an equal distance from humanities, and natural sciences, technological sciences. So we understand very many professionals, and in such a way we are able to find specific solutions, those solutions that lie somewhere in between. And the second thing is that we realized that a new professional identity was to be formed, and it was about rethinking the interaction between the role of architect and the society, the interaction between architects and geology and natural resources that we have around us. So the main principle that we are following within our educational program is to be useful. We are constantly working with communities or stakeholders who are actually real, who are near us, and all our course projects are very targeted. And they are constantly being analyzed and even criticized by those stakeholders or clients, but we mean communities by clients. And this helps us have a very realistic view of things. Our students are already getting ready for the reality. And if we're talking about the main characteristic of the program is that all humanities and technological disciplines are intertwined. And future architects will have an integrated mindset. They will try and find a compromise about things that contribute to the creation of architects and of architecture and space, something that contains that pertains to clients, community. And with regards to the program that we are launching now, Architecture and Urban Studies, it's a very applied program, and it's very responsive to the challenges that we are faced with right now. What is specific about this program? We have to train a new generation of agents of change who need to have a very specific skill set and have vast competencies. It's about urban planning, urban design, technologies, so that they can navigate this complicated space where we don't yet have many professions. And while training these future professionals, we have to understand how the professional scene looks like. This scene should include many more professions, and the change of paradigm from the Soviet to European oriented, it must happen within a specific structure. We need to have an understanding of what processes are being served by experts in our cities and in our state, how we see space in general. We see space as a very comprehensive, integrated process that requires the application of specific methodologies and technologies. And if we are talking about Euro integration, we have adopted the European values, but unfortunately we are failing to understand what type of technologies and methodologies could be used so that we could create some spaces that would be clearly connected to those values. So We need to do a lot to understand how all project processes are organized, because we may take one step forward and two steps back if we don't have proper methodology, but this is because we didn't have proper professional culture. And this is another element of professional knowledge and skills, the ability to cooperate and interact with many other professions, with other educational elements, with a wide range of professionals within multidisciplinary teams. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, before we offered our program, we realized that we needed to have an idea. We needed to collect the understanding of our society on two things. Number one, do people want to continue living in the cities they had back in 2015 or 2016? Or do they not want to live in cities like that? Do they want to live in comfortable cities within their spaces? And the second component is that we needed to assess the demand, we needed to understand who our competitors were, and having conducted multiple conversations and discussions with young people, with people of different ages and professions, we realized that people didn't want to continue living in the cities that we had in Ukraine at the time. They wanted to see change in the cities. The other thing is that we monitored the labor market, and we realized that Ukrainian cities lacked professionals who had the expertise in urban planning, who could make the right decision about the development of the city, of whether it was a city that could become more green or it should stay gray, whether the city could become more creative and develop on the basis of knowledge and contemporary technologies, or should it remain the way it was. And we understand that there are some issues on the labor market, and we don't have enough urban planners. That's why we called our program Urban Studies, Understanding of the City and Urban Planning. We launched the program back in 2018, and it has been popular ever since. Every year we have more people joining the program, and we have already had 3 cycles of graduates. So what are the unique features of this program? Through an assortment of disciplines that we are offering to our students, we try to give them an understanding of what urban space is, to understand how many different processes are taking place in this space: economic, social, cultural, how many interactions are happening there, the interaction between humans and nature. Tell them about the different types of influences, and understanding this amalgamation of different things existing in spaces, they will be able to change cities. So how did we try to achieve all of that? Having analyzed different programs, we first offered a number of specific disciplines to students. And our students, our future students even, must understand what sustainable development is, what integrated development is. And stemming from all of this, we were developing our program. And the second specific feature, and it's not a specificity, but it's rather something that should be part of the program. It's being practical or applicable, making it popular for the students and then making the graduates popular. And when we were selecting the disciplines for the future program, we, having analyzed numerous programs existing in the US colleges, Canadian colleges, German universities, realized that we need to offer not just theoretical courses, we need to have urban labs. We have an urban lab for spatial analysis, which gives the students an opportunity to understand space. We have an urban lab for city regeneration. We have an urban lab, urban public spaces, and we also have an urban lab for city design. And within these labs, our students not just gain knowledge, but they also implement a real-life project. So it may be a project pertaining to the town of Irpin or the city of Kyiv, or a specific part of specific city. And then there is public defense or presentation of this project, to which a professional is invited. There is a debate, and the industry professional expresses their comments, and we are expecting that our students are able to prove the feasibility of their project. And one of the more recent examples, this year in April, our students were working within a joint project together with students of architecture and urban planning program, and it was a very good combination. Our students studied an interesting case in the city of Kyiv. This is Troyeshchina district, and our students analyzed the social environment, the accessibility of different services, and within the course of a debate, they were able to prove that while regenerating this district, we didn't need to use active first floors. So such a well-designed program gives our student an understanding of urban spaces, and also this is equipping them with the knowledge necessary for decision-making and coming up with solutions for any problem for a local space. And of course, here I would agree with Mr. Drozdov in saying that students should be able to work within an interdisciplinary team where they hear each other, even though at the beginning of the project they may have different visions and viewpoints, but as a result of a discussion they can arrive at correct decisions.
Thank you. Let me focus on the three core points. The first one is gratitude. I'm grateful to you, dear hosts, dear organizers of the forum, on behalf of the lecturers and teachers of Chernivtsi, for choosing Chernivtsi for that, because that is a great chance for us to see different interpretations and to learn to know a lot of new things. The other is about the name, Society in Space. I transformed this name through the notion of spatial justice. I'm a citizen of Ukraine. I'm the resident of Chernivtsi. Can I have the same rights as other residents to the possession, ownership, and use of a specific space? On the one hand, yes, because it's all about equal opportunities and it's about the principle of solidarity. On the other hand, we do all realize perfectly well that the conditions may be absolutely different, including geographical conditions, and the starting points in the use of this or that space are also different. We are talking about justice and fairness, but what is fairness? What is justice? That is exactly the level of freedom that may be used, may be achieved, not at the expense of freedom of others. So this is the opportunity for using the space that does not run counter to the rights of others. And here is also another category, economic one. Where are we talking here about the economy? It's very simple. The space does exist, but to what extent is it used? What are its functional positions? And that's why, to sum it all up, and here I will probably refer to geography in Ukrainian Geography Journal, one of the editions this year, where we have the article about spatial justice, which is interpreted as the condition in which economic life of a certain area is subordinated or at least does not run counter to the interests of the local community. That is the philosophy behind that notion, and that is also the philosophy of the educational program that we are now presenting. Starting with 2014, a great number of tools were given by the national level to the local level. Different communities have used those tools to a different extent, but the Faculty of Geography of Chernivtsi National University realized back then that we cannot be standing aside those processes of decentralization in a great number of directions. That's why the Department of Ukraine and Ukraine's Geography and Regionalistics started its bachelor and master program called Regional Development and Spatial Planning. Well, the main peculiarity here is that we focus on training managers, administrators, focusing on regional development, which is a little bit wider than just a manager on spatial planning for a specific inhabited settlement. And that is because we really felt that the need is there. I worked in some executive authorities and I realized that the preparation of the strategies that communities have started to develop was mainly based on plagiarism and poor understanding of the capacity of their territory and the needs. As far as the competences of those students are concerned, who are our graduates, they should be able to analyze all the processes taking place in the community and also at the national level and internationally. He would be supposed to be able to do monitoring of regional development. Our bachelor and master students after graduation should be able to introduce the principles of territorial management, and they should be able to use all the competitive edges and benefits that this or that territorial community has. Do we have a demand for that profession? Yes, I would say that there is higher demand, which is obvious, for regional development managers because territorial communities are developing their strategic documents, which they are supposed to use in the short run, in the mid-run, and in the long run. Those experts should know what their territory and what their space are. And we aim to train regional development experts who would be capable of providing assistance to communities. And communities do need this assistance because passing analysis of our communities shows that we've got 52 communities in the region and 18 have not developed their strategies and 40 of them have not developed their investment passports. They are waiting for some external assistance. They don't want to get down to this work on their own because probably they're not competent enough to deal with it. And I support Oleg in what he said. We really want to train the carriers of regional development changes, those agents of changes, game changers. Probably they will not be working in their profession, but they will be publicly advocating the interests of their communities. They will be active in different participatory processes, like budgetary ones. These are the main thing. And the question was about the data. And let me mention only one point about this. Unfortunately, geography, including the educational program I have mentioned and the profession 106 geography, has been crossed out from the list of programs and specialities supported by the state. We continue working, we will continue even without the support. But thank you, speakers. I would like to thank the audience for living up till the end of Saturday, and thank you for coming here to our discussion on education. I remember that I have to speak for 3 or 4 minutes, no more. So here I represent the Kyiv School of Economics and probably the youngest program, but for Oleg's program, which will be launched next year. So this is a program on urban planning and city planning within the specialty management. And before the forum, the organizers actually asked me whether I will have slides. I thought that they were encouraging me to have those slides, so I've prepared the slides. I hope they are there. Good. So let's move on. Next slide. Let me stand up to see the slides. So this program is for working professionals. That's why it's 90 credits, evening form of studies for people to be able to combine job and studies. Well, the question was generally about the competences, so let me focus on the blocks or units of our subjects that are mandatory for us. So the task of the program, since this is a multidisciplinary one, so in my view and in the view of the students who are now studying within this program, is to shape up the helicopter view of city planning, which means that we have to deal with design of and social human sciences, economics, management, and how the city works, or where water goes, where water flows, and how does it go back to some other area. This is the slide, and also my next slide shows you the breakdown into the subjects. We've got about 24, 23 electives. Because we want to really cover that wide range of topics that I have mentioned, like social human sciences and economics and city planning, city management. We also wanted to have an individual streaming because then a person who doesn't have any experience of working as a lawyer, economist, or city planner could actually choose 2 or 3 electives to improve the expertise or to close a certain gap. Let's move on. Here are our lecturers. You have seen some of them. They spoke in the previous panels. Svetlana Shlipchenko, Tina Polak. Some of the names will be new ones. Some of them are the people who are well known in the field. We also got foreigners here. I will tell more about that later, but just in advance, for a start, I would like to say that we need foreigners because the system of urban studies in Ukraine still cannot provide a sufficient number of high-quality lecturers who would teach our students to do the planning for our cities. It's sad, but that's true. Here is the ambition of the program. We are already building a connection between studies and research. And here is the Sun for Ukraine, a powerful grant, because Cedos and Roskvit and the Association of Cities of Ukraine are our partners. This is a large consortium. I will not focus on that information. You can Google the Sun for Ukraine. And of course, then with this project, students get connected to the knowledge generation systems. Here is a very simplified reproduction of the structure of our educational program. This program corresponds to the standard set for specialty 073. So what are the skills and abilities? This is critical thinking, ability to respect, ability to understand how the city works, and to understand what your limits and boundaries are. Another skill is to be able to ask someone if you don't know something, because you really need to know whom you can ask. Then evidence-based management and decision-making. I think that this is something that all of our programs focus on. And let's move on. So here are our partnerships that we are establishing. Let's move on. Let's move on, because these are just the pictures. So the main objective of the program is to build a community. That's why we insist on offline studies, on networking events beyond the study curricula, because you don't know something, but your neighbor may possibly know this. And we insist on the work of our multidisciplinary teams, because this format is one of the main methods of studies and the basis for learning. Also guest lectures and some other activities, some forums. We will have the forum of tactical urbanism, which will one day reach the level of urban forum. Yes, so let's move on. The last slide. It's a great conductor. This is an illustration. It's actually a caricature, a collage of Alexander Koshyts, who was a famous Ukrainian composer. So that's the person we train. The person could really guide the city and use the baton to be the conductor. Thank you. So we have gone through the first round of our speeches, and I really felt that it's always difficult to facilitate the panel where we have lecturers, because a short presentation for a lecturer means 1 hour 20 minutes, and when we say 3 or 4 minutes, that's the time that is allocated to you. This would normally mean 20 minutes. So thank you for focusing on the core points. And it's very good that you have been focusing on different aspects. But my suggestion is that the second and the third questions go together, and we just take the reverse order, because I'm sure that this will be quicker, and we still need to take questions from the audience. So the second question is about the contribution into the society. And the core issues we would like to discuss here is what the graduates of your programs really invest into the society, where they could possibly work, and what do you need for the high quality implementation of the capacity that your students have. And the third question is about academic continuity and connection. Is it better to have to be the graduate of interdisciplinary practices and professions, or just follow some narrow major? Is it better for the schools of education to compete with each other, or is it better to collaborate? So Tatiana, let us start with you this time. Well, it's a risky step, Unfortunately, I've not been teaching for a long period of time, so I'm not thinking in the category that you have mentioned, 1 hour and 20 minutes, so I will try to be brief here as well. With your permission, I will continue with my idea about the environment and creation of the environment, because it leads me to the things I've jotted down regarding where our students work, what they contribute with, and I will also speak in competition. And let me tell that I'm the academic director of this program not accidentally. Svetlana Shlipchenko has been mentioned today, so it was thanks to her that I could join in the development of the Master Studies program in Kyiv University of Architecture. And they also have this program which is called Urban Planning and Spatial Planning. So I got into the milieu where I could actually see how older colleagues work, how more experienced colleagues work. I had a chance to learn from them and to create, together with with their support, the product that has been in the market of services for 2 years already. And I hope that it will exist, at least longer than I will live. So this is the first thing. Another point is about the milieu from which students come and to which they go. Well, probably some of my students are here and they will think that I'm not right with saying this, but there are some people who have already come from their professional milieu and they will go back to it with the competences that they lacked before. And there are also people that have come with an absolutely different background. They didn't work with urban planning directly, but they consider it to be a sudden retreat, or they wanted just to study again. You know, you're a business owner and you are 45 and you just want to get the pleasure of reading books and learning again. It's over exaggeration, but still. And they bring into our life their urban focus on different fields of life. There are a lot of students who are already employed, not by Cedos, but suppose they may work for UN Habitat, GIZ. Well, you can actually ask students themselves, because the students of our program are in the room. And thank you for coming, by the way. And an important point regarding what we lack, because, you know, I have my subjective view, and there are also some ideas of the students of the program as to what they lack. I would kind of combine my vision and their vision, and I would say that there is a lack of the reserve for the cave and access to the square. I will explain you. It's all about knowledge production. If I'm talking about the resources for the cave, the reserves for the cave, it's about books and access to books. We know that all books are very expensive, or even an article, suppose the one published by French and Taylor. You can use pirate copies, but we are trying to live in the society of integrity. We all know about the problem of interpretation and translation. Of course, we have free of charge copies within the program. They come as some gifts to us, but it's not only English, it's also French, it's other languages, Spanish. It would be very good. I actually wanted this to happen, that the second program language for our program would be Spanish, but not now. It's not possible now. So knowledge is generated and produced throughout the world, and we lack access to it. We lack Ukrainian academies in the broad sense. We lack our own capacities to process this knowledge and to create the knowledge deeply rooted into the Ukrainian context. Another thing we lack is access to the square, by which I mean that we lack access, Sun for Ukraine is access to the square. We lack those points of connection between studies, specific cases, and something achieved within a project. So here is a study case, and here is the result, like the reshaped street yard. So we lack this connection between the university as the institution and the public community space around it. That would be co-creation that would actually ensure this access to the people who will be using the services of our graduates. And I would rather complete my speech with one story from the life of a Ukrainian scientist somewhere in the distant galaxy. There was a person who was quitting her job in one of the academic institutions, and an old director met her in the corridor and said, "Well, I understand you're leaving because of poor salary and there is no state support, everything is bad. If I were you, I would just stay somewhere in the West. I would be looking for a job at a university in France, in the US. Really, why have you come here? We all understand what I'm talking about, I guess. And this is about competition. No matter how many students we get, because everybody is interested in the number of students, no matter how many grants for research we get, that is all about the following. When we are old, we should not be telling young people, move to the West. No, stay here. So the situation should improve, and then we will be able to tell the young people, please stay here, because we have created a good environment. Of course, it's a fake story. I've invented it. But I think that ye may well remember your colleagues who have decided to work not in Ukraine and to develop their profession not in Ukraine. But the task of academia is to create the environment where people would like to stay here because they have a lot of opportunities for creativity, but they also had good financial opportunities. Thank you. Well, let's speak about the graduates. Our program has got just the first bachelors, 20 of them this year, and as far as masters are concerned, we have had 3 rounds of masters, so all in all it's about 30 of them. Now those educational programs have about 100 students, bachelors and masters together. This year we've got 27 new bachelors and 27 new masters. What do we do for these students to be able to further bring some benefits? Well, first of all, we focus on practical training. We've got the professional practice internship in communities. Also, we have an internship on geoinformational technologies. Then we send our students to, well, we deal with about 20 communities of Ivano-Frankivsk, Khmelnytskyi and Chernivtsi regions where our students normally have their internship. Besides that, we have the departments of regional state administration and other state authorities and local self-government bodies also become our internship bases. We have concluded about 35 agreements with them, and under those agreements we may send students for them to get specific competences. We should say that some of the students are local deputies and they are game changers. A lot of them also work with geoinformation technologies. There are some who are heads of the Department of Regional Development in the tax inspection. Also, there are the heads of geoinformation technology departments in local Chernivtsi water utility company. So we are hoping that after their internships, the enterprises or specific units and departments already know that they are good and will have them employed. What do we lack? We lack aggressive behavior in the positive sense, aggressive behavior of those game changers. And let me give you 2 examples. I can actually give tens of them. But these are the examples which show how the geographical interpretation of the territory help to solve certain problems. Let's take Chernivtsi and the town of Starozhenets, close to Chernivtsi, which was supposed to become a large hospital center for 3 administrative branches. Why so? Because normally we are taking into account only the number of population, and we tend to forget about the volume of the space and accessibility in terms of transport infrastructure, and we forget about the distance and so on and so forth. But first we presented the models where we showed lack of this transport accessibility, where we showed that the distance is too long, because it's expected to serve the patients from 3 administrative raions, but they cannot reach it within 60 minutes. So it's not good for the ambulance. It's absolutely impossible. Here is another case where we are talking about mobile communication, and here we are assessing the number of the visitors of the one of the municipal enterprises. Here we are talking about the assessment of the population density in micro-raions and also about some transport accessibility. And also about pendulum migration. I'm supporting the broad picture, taking into account the broad picture, because you are going to learn the elements of your narrow specialization, but you need to be taught this broader picture. You need to understand what the whole industry, what the whole field and sector is about. And I ask myself the question, am I ready to perform the job? Do I understand what I'm going to do? What do I lack? And then I already go deeper within the narrow sense. So I support this broader picture, and then I see what I lack and I start working. That's why I think that this broader approach, from the point of view of the broader picture, is something that we should apply. As far as interdisciplinary programs are concerned, an interdisciplinary program is not just a nice name. This is all about the understanding of why, what for we are doing this, and whom we're going to get as the result of this interdisciplinary program. What is this person going to do? Why does he need this combination of several things? And interdisciplinary programs are about performance of at least 2 standards of higher education, which is quite a lot. Analysis of 50 standards, 15-something standards of the master level, with 11 of them being close to the topic we are discussing today, shows us that there are not that many points of contact, but we need to have 50% performance of the standard. There should be 25% of electives, and we should not forget about practical training, and we need to stress the uniqueness of the educational program. So I would say that we need to pay attention more to the certificate-based programs. Students could be enrolled too, in order to get some competences. And here is another point that I should mention. It's the training of experts who would be ready to work in a team. And what does it mean working in a team? This means that you have to work together with the people who see the geotory, including territory, aquatoria, and airatory. This is the ability to see in a team the peculiarities of the city. I always ask the question, would you like to have 1 million residents in Chernivtsi? Most say no, but somebody asks the question, why? Because it's about the density. It's about the metrical peculiarities of the area. We need to take all these things into account, and in order to take them into account, we need to assess all those aspects, to evaluate them, and then we can pass a decision. And to conclude, let me say that I fully support the previous speaker. And let me quote Mr. Romano. He said that each copy spent not on the Ukrainian matter, every word not said in Ukrainian, and every person who has left Ukraine is a loss that will never be compensated to Ukraine. So let's try to retain our people here. Let's do whatever we can to make Ukraine stronger, more resilient, to make Ukraine invincible and victorious, because without that we cannot be talking about any development and any vision of the future. It's going to be really difficult. We've got 2 major problems. The first one is the war everybody knows about, and the second one is the demographic problem that is also known to everyone. We are losing young people. We have a great brain drain. We have reduced birth rates, and we have a problem that will need to be solved not within 1 year, and even not without tens of years. That's why since I see here a great number of young and active people, I'm really encouraging you, please do everything for Ukraine to stay there. If we speak about our program and the master studies program, which is its continuation, well, we've been thinking how many generations of graduates we have got, probably 5. And the list of our graduates will really very broad. That's why I will not probably mention the organizations where these students, former students, now work very effectively in the projects in which they are engaged. It should be mentioned that just during the Urban Forum in Vinnytsia and during our today's Urban Forum in Chernivtsi, I've really seen a lot of graduates of our program. They are engaged in the work of different organizations and projects, and either themselves they have been presenting some achievements, or the representatives of their organizations have done this today. When we're talking about education, we should probably also focus on another aspect. Within our programs, we train students even during their studies for them to be able to further hold certain positions, for them to be able to pass specific decisions, and particularly the decisions which are to be passed in very complicated situations, and we want those decisions to be beneficial for the cities. How do we do it? We engage students in very important projects when they are still in the process of their studying. Let me give you 2 examples, because if I mention everything, my report will last till midnight. So, barrier-free environment. For 2 days, we have heard the message at the Urban Forum. The message is, let's not just talk about barrier-free environment, let's move on to business. And I can tell you that for 2 years, our students, together with an NGO, Bezbarriernist, and other entities, have been developing the checklist for the barrier-free environment. They have also done the research on the barrier-free environment in the housing complexes, not just in Kyiv, but in many other Ukrainian cities and towns. And in particular towns, I'm focusing on that because that matters. They have not limited their focus of attention to large cities, millionaires. And our students are also now engaged in the projects related to not just researching, but solving the problem of urban development, and the barrier-free component will be there in those projects. What do I mean? On the 20th of September, we will have a discussion with a group of students at Shevchenkivsky District State Administration of the City of Kyiv, and there they will be discussing the results of what they did in the summer. And what they did was that they monitored the barrier-free environment in 26 streets of this district, and they developed a full list of the facilities which are lacking. They have characterized all the possible sites and facilities well related to the pedestrian mobility. Within some other internship, they did the monitoring of the situation with transport during along the transport arteries in another district of the city. They've got information in hand, and the decisions that they suggest are information based, and this is a good basis for the decision makers. So this is real engagement. Besides that, I would like to say that I was really happy about our students doing this monitoring, because while monitoring the barrier-free environment, they paid attention to the fact that urban space cannot be developed along several components only. They mentioned that we need to change the street furniture, the greening, and all the other components. They all require changes. Let me give you an example of another project within the Alliance of Ukrainian University. universities, our students were engaged in the capacity building for local communities. So these young people go to territorial communities, communicate with the residents of those territorial communities there, identify their problems, and understand how these problems could possibly be solved. And these were some trips to Lozova in Kharkiv region, to some complicated communities. And I feel pleased that some of the students that have been engaged in those two projects are now present at the Urban Forum, and they know what they are doing. They understand the importance of all the things done by them. And I understand that they are bearing responsibility, though being only students. The other component I would like to mention is that our students and graduates, of course, are engaged in the city administration, city management, in particular starting with their internships. They already provide some prove to be good experts. They manifest their competences and they get job offers, suppose at the institutes of city development and the departments of architecture and other units and entities where they could be engaged in the managerial decision making. And here is the third component I would like to mention, which is no less important. The graduates of our programs are also very useful there. I would mention this component, well, a kind of an urban enlightenment. Our students are the ones who are bloggers for the city. They organize some events and participate in them, like the workshop of the city. They participate in NGOs and they are conveying the messages to other people. They are advocating those urban solutions people have probably never heard about in some communities. And then a lot of people during the discussion just don't know what is suggested, so this communication is necessary, and students can be engaged in the process of enlightenment and communication. Not just students, our graduates also do the same, and that's important. I'm just giving you a hint that our time has almost expired. 3 minutes, okay. I'm deeply convinced of the fact that you remember well the way Erasmus entered our life and actually actualized sound competition. So it works the same. If a student goes to a university abroad, or if a lecturer goes and presents the findings of his research, then the requirements go up. And I think that the same as Erasmus, it was of importance. So it will be very useful for those staying in this stage today and for the representatives of other programs that we have in other universities of Ukraine. It would be really useful for all those people to speak about Ukrainian internal mobility. We need to be able to send students for months or for half a year to other universities. So we could possibly order a certain course from another university. Suppose we lack some experts who could be lecturers in urban economy or any other discipline. So there could be a good exchange, internal mobility within which we could share our achievements and our ideas. Besides that, it seems to me that it would really be useful not just to enter the labor market, I mean that each of us separately tries to enter the labor market. That's what we do. We tell our stakeholders that we train urban planners and we have a wide range of stakeholders. They understand what the level of quality of our training is. And they are experts in city planning. So it's really important that our students know how to work in interdisciplinary teams. And I mentioned that they can already do it because they are already working in interdisciplinary teams. So there is a need to go to the labor market, and well, I don't know how this can be done. Maybe this could be done via some associations, some other entities, but we need to show and say that we are ready to train the team agents, the team workers. A lot of teams want not just to have an urban planner or a city planner or an architect or anybody else within this profession. They want to immediately get the whole team that will work with a specific project and which will include the city planner, the urban planner, and we need to claim that we act as a complement to each other via this, on the basis of this internal mobility between the Ukrainian universities, and we can really prepare and train a team of young people which can already develop a project on the recovery and reconstruction of the cities that have been destroyed or that have been under occupation, or the ones that are close to the front line, or large ones that are in the territory which is relatively safe, or they can work with the projects for small towns located on relatively safe areas. I would like to say that those who work who study within our educational programs and those who work within those educational programs are really ready for collaboration. We don't perceive those lecturers who train urbanists as competitors. This is sound competition, good competition, and we are ready to cooperation. And we should get the confirmation not just from the lecturers. Yes, all the lecturers within my program were ready for that, but students are also ready for that. Well, I was trying to count the number of students present here at the Urban Forum, and I've counted 30. These are students and graduates of our program. Why have they come? Because they are ready to cooperate. They've come to the Urban Forum for networking, and I hope very much that over these 2 days their networking has occurred. They have come to make friends with urbanists, with city planners from different universities, and this cooperation will go on in their lives. So that has already a fact that has already happened, and now we need to pass a decision regarding how we could preserve this networking for the future. Thank you. Well, I'll try to be brief.
Well, first of all, we should be talking about the target of all of our work. And here we are having a problem, because if we are talking about spatial development of communities and their country in general, we don't have the proper vision, we don't have the methodology, we need to have it on the level of the state. It should be developed on the level of legislation. So if we are discussing some ideas, there should be a legislative framework that we can refer to, and the role of professional communities that formulate the competencies. For example, the Royal Institute of Architects in Britain or similar associations, they collect information from fields, and then they formulate the learning outcomes or expectations of universities and colleges. And we don't yet have the culture of urban management, the culture of working within this space, of the social contract. And thus there are many unknowns here within the context where we are producing knowledge and formulating the competencies. And we are trying to pinpoint those unknowns where we have no rules and at the same time create a specific model. Plus, we are in the transit area, or in the transitional period rather. For the architects and urban planners to work, and maybe our success can be only partial until we create a bigger community outside of the school. And what we are doing at the Kharkiv School of Architecture is use public programs, practices, and activism, which are all part of our agenda, and we use them to create specific relationships. And it turns out that our students are already integrated into the society of change, and this is very important. Unfortunately, understanding the scale of our school, we realize that this approach should be scaled up so that we could transform our cities. As a practicing architect, I can tell you that if we are talking about architects who have critical thinking, who are aware of the technological advances, then we don't have that many of them in Ukraine. It's very difficult to find such a person. Finding a job, even in the time of war, is difficult. I know that we have very many vacancies at architectural bureaus, and we know that when the war is over, we will have to deal with all those destroyed streets, quarters and cities, and we will have to embark upon our Euro-integration transformation, taking into account the inclusive approach. And at some point in time, we will find ourselves in a place when we will have all the money, but we will not be able to do something because we will not have enough experts. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time to create this professional community. Yes, we have the quantity, but it's not always about the quality. If we are talking about building a new level, a new quality or space in which we are to live, which should be sustainable, which is a place of happiness, then there is still a long road ahead of us. And right now, unfortunately, in terms of tactics, we should behave in such a way as to have experts trained who will have wide range knowledge, and then maybe in the future we could go more narrow in terms of specialization. And when we are talking about professionals and experts, it's important to have this culture of different professionals and experts coming from different areas within one team. But of course it will take time. Thank you. I would like to thank all of our speakers. I don't know what the organizers will tell us. Do we have time for one or two questions from the audience? Just one question. Yes, would you please help us with the mics? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Irina Shevchenko. I'm a student. I'm a master's student at Kyiv School of Economics. My question is practical. Today, even during this panel, we were discussing accessibility and critical birth rates. I, as a mother of a kid who is a year and a half old, would like to ask you, what steps are universities going to take to meet the needs of young parents? So we are all supporting the increase of birth rates, but we need to create conditions for that. Thank you. So who would like to start? Well, thank you very much. It's a really relevant question. It has to do with the demographic policy of the state in general. Have the Ukrainian authorities in various ministries asked this question? What are they doing? Are we trying to promote higher birth rates, or are we trying to give people jobs, or are we trying to do something else? So it's about the Ministry of Education and about the Ministry of Finances and other ministries trying to answer all these questions. But it appears that the demographic policy of Ukraine is very disbalanced. There is no clear view of where we are going, unfortunately. And the second thing is that with us, everything is simple. If you're a young mother, then you have an individual plan of studies, you create a calendar plan, and then you work individually. For us, it's quite easy. So you submit a statement and then you develop a calendar plan for your studies. And let me just join in. I have this interesting case to share with you. I traveled to Tallinn with an Erasmus program, and at their university I saw this interesting picture. So I went to the library, and when I entered the library I saw that there was this exit with a glass door, and there was that space with strollers, with infants sleeping while the mothers were studying in the library. I was so impressed by what I saw, and this is the picture that I'm showing to my students. If we have something like this at our university, yes, I don't see any problems preventing our young parents from getting their education. I think we've gotten the answer. I'm sure that there are many more questions, but we can still discuss any questions you're interested in behind the scenes. The time, unfortunately, is up. I'd like to thank our panelists for this very constructive discussion. I had a very long concluding speech, but let me be precise and concise. So there is this stereotype: once you graduate and you get your first job, you hear this standard phrase, forget everything you've been taught at the university, we're going to teach you anew. And now more often we hear people saying, do the things you were taught at the university when they get their first job. So if we follow this trend, our education will get better. So let's all hope that the victory comes very soon, and let us express our gratitude to the Armed Forces of Ukraine for the opportunity to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us thank our wonderful moderator, Konstantin, and let's thank our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much for today. I would kindly ask you to stay with us for another 20 minutes or so, maybe 10 or 15, so that we have some time for reflection, because this forum is annual and we are starting the planning of the next forum. So please, will you stay with us for another 15 or 20 minutes? So it's going to be a survey. There will be no discussion. So if you are in the process of leaving the room, please scan the QR code. If you are in a hurry, your feedback still matters. These are not difficult questions. The first question is about your main takeaways from this forum. So the questions are interactive, simple. So you have the luxury to spend another 10 minutes answering these questions, reflecting on what you've heard and seen here, and when you answer the first question, continue moving along the survey. You will have 5 to 7 minutes. We will then focus on the first and last question. There will be a brief discussion of the results. So there are some 5 or 6 questions in the survey. One of them is where you have to choose multiple options. There is a multiple option question. So there is also the link in the chat if you've joined the chat. If you're not in the chat, then you need to go to menti.com and use the code that you're seeing on top of the screen. So in case you have not joined the chat, use these instructions, menti.com, and the code which is displayed above. So there will be some questions pertaining to feedback. So right now we are dealing with your initial impressions, but the questions will still be open, and if you have some new ideas, let's say on Monday, you can contact Cedos and fill out the form directly, leaving the feedback for the team. I see the reactions coming in. You have another couple of minutes. Could we just switch off the lights? When are we going to Lutsk? Somebody is asking. I think Nastya will be able to answer that at the very end. Okay, then. Let's quickly hear some comments. So some of your answers: beneficial, networking, interesting people, consistency, impressive, cool, joint action, profound discussions. There are some questions about what you do differently, inclusive spaces, comfort. Thank you very much for these answers. So let's move to the next question then. Okay, amazing. So I'm just reading some of the comments. Amazing. What was the most useful for you at this forum? I will not be reading, so we will comment once we've had the majority of answers in here. I see that we already have some 50 answers. There were more for the previous question. Free food, somebody is saying. Okay, people, short presentation. Listening to not just the speakers, but the participants as well. Integration for youngsters. Meeting people, knowledge, excursion. Another 30 seconds. Croissants, excursions, discussions, panels. Okay, next question then. So if you have any new ideas, then you can answer the question now, or if you have an idea that requires your reflection, you can add it a little bit later. We will forward this to our colleagues and our donors, so we are kindly asking you to use proper language. Thank you. The Museum of Magic at Zhytomyr Tower. Okay, a grant program for trolley buses. Forum in Kyiv, taking and implementing projects, cleaning the rivers of Kharkiv. I will only be reading the answers that are properly formulated. The forum is about the left bank, tram in Zaporizhia, forum in Kharkiv, making the community more active as far as urban planning is concerned. I really like the workshops. I think we can move to the next question. And here we are asking you to give your assessment. I think this question will be open up until the beginning of the next week. So this is about opportunities for getting new ideas, networking and socializing opportunities, and overall farm organization. And in the next question, you will be able to tell us what you do differently. If you are not yet ready with the answer, just open this survey again while going home back on the train, or maybe tomorrow or on Monday. Alright, we have 74, 75 answers now. Yes, it's all coming in. Yes, people in Chernivtsi are great. I support this message. Let's move to the next question. So this one is about changing things. So if you are ready-made constructive proposals, you can send them now. You can submit your answers now. If not, then you can leave it for later. And at the very end, there will be an opportunity for you to say some words to the organizers. I will not be commenting. I think the organizers will read your answers a little bit later. Alright, let's wait for some 30 or 40 responses to come in. Okay. Continuous. Okay, more power sockets, somebody wrote. Let's wait another 5 to 7 seconds. All right. Okay, and let us now move on to the final question. What else would you like to say to the organizers? And while you are sending your responses, I'd like to give the floor to Anastasia. So, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you. A collective round of applause. I also want to thank our interpreters working here with us yesterday and today. And people were asking who was switching between the slides, and we have a big tech support team, Suspilne Chernivtsi. Great thanks to you. Because of you, people are able to see the broadcast. And of course, I I want to thank the team of the forum, all those people involved in the organization. So whoever from the team of organizers is present here, please come out here. And I also want to invite Sergey and Bogdan from Chernivtsi, who helped make this forum the way it was. The wonderful Chernivtsi team. And also our facilitators, Olenka and Karina, who were with us, who helped us with the ice breaking. So you can now see all these wonderful people, and thanks again to all of you once again, and a big thanks to our wonderful team. So this concludes the forum of 2024. This is the official end, but this is not the end for us. We will have the forum next year. We don't know where it will take place, but let's hopefully meet next year. Thank you.